What's happening? What's happening? All right, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? All right, let me make sure. Oh, here it goes. Okay. What's going on, y'all? I am chilling. I am chilling. I'm here with Max, of course, right? So we're chilling. So I might go outside later, but I figured let me go ahead and come live and because I enjoyed the discussion that was going on in the comment section yesterday for the video with Cash, where it was like the post interview or whatever. I enjoyed that. So I wanted to see if we can continue that discussion on this live, right? Because I thought it was a good discussion. There was a lot of people that were in the comment section that felt like, hey, Cash needs to basically disclose their, gender right away type deal. Hold on. All right. They disclosed their gender right away, but other people felt differently. And so I wanted to kind of be able to come live and see if we can have a discussion about it. So what's up, everybody? And by the way, say hey to Max. All right, say hey to Max. All right, Max is chilling with Dad. Chilling with Dad. Say I'm just hanging out with my dad, man. I'm just hanging out, just getting used to everything. I'm out here in the world. So what's up, everybody? What's going on? All right, I'm just hanging out with Max. But I did want to talk about that. I wanted to see if we can get a discussion going on that type of stuff, like when should someone disclose things like that. And later on, I also want to give a couple updates, several updates actually. So, update on Quita and her situation, update on Kelsey. Kelsey's got a lot of stuff going on. And there also may be a person that y'all haven't seen in a couple years that I might be seeing later on and interviewing as well. There goes Kelsey. What's going on, Kelsey? Hey, what's up, Max? Kelsey said, "What's up, man?" All right, but yeah, so nothing's going on. I'm just here to pop up a little live discussion based on the video from yesterday, where the older dude was trying to holler at Cash, and then when I kind of disclosed that Cash was a trans, the whole situation went a little left or whatever. So we're gonna talk about it. If y'all want to know who Max's mom is, go follow Marcus Raw. Go follow Marcus Raw. That's the name of the channel right now. That's gonna be the channel. I'm not sure who this is. That's going to be the channel where basically she's going to be going live. She's going to be kind of doing all the little knick-knack things I need her to do for me, and also just taking care of the baby and going out on little baby runs and going out and doing all type of little stuff. I'm sure that she'll have story times and all type of times where y'all will really be able to get to know her. She'll be able to tell the story about us and everything else. So you're going to get all that. Yep. And he filling out. Yeah, he's getting bigger. He's getting bigger. So I've been drinking my milk. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, go follow Marcus Raw if you're going to want to follow the whole journey. So it's definitely going to be a journey of, her, a journey with me, a journey obviously with Max. And so, yep. So that's going to be on Marcus Raw. We're going to start going live on there, probably maybe like next week or something like that. So just kind of go follow the channel and make sure notifications are turned on. And trust me when I tell you, there's a lot. It's a lot. So I think you're going to love it. I think that you're going to love her. T is very lovable, very, just the type of person you want to root for. Y'all are going to get to see everything that I see. She's such a genuine person. Y'all know me, I'm a genuine kind of wear it on my sleeve type of person. So she's kind of like that too. And so, y'all are going to get to see her, know her, and she's going to become a huge part of this whole thing as well. Hey, Max. They saying that you're handsome, man. All right, they saying that you're handsome. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said, man. Yeah, I think you're a handsome fella too. All right. So anyway, yep. Yeah, y'all are gonna get to know T. T is gonna be so vulnerable and open with y'all. Y'all are gonna love it. Y'all are gonna love it. You're gonna get to see a different side of me as well, possibly. Right. So it's just gonna be a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. All right. So I do want to ask though, for a lot of y'all who have seen the latest or the cash video. And what's going on, everybody? I don't want to ignore anyone. So what's up, everybody? Right? I don't want to just start calling names and then somebody feel left out. But I see everybody in the chat. What's going on? What's up, YouTube? You know what I'm saying? So Max, you gotta say what's up, YouTube. That was it. You gotta say it with your chest, man. Say what's up, YouTube. He like, Daddy, I haven't learned that yet. And so the long and short of it, guys, is that so after I did an interview with Cash yesterday, I went and parked my car, walked back up, and there was a guy hollering at her. And the guy was, 60-year-old guy, whatever. If you saw the video, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And he was all over Cash at first. And of course, I had my camera out the whole time. And when he found out that she was, that Cash was a trans, the whole situation flipped. And he felt like, trans people need to basically say it right away. Hey, I'm a trans or whatever. Okay. So what do y'all think about that? Right. I tried to stay neutral in the conversation. A lot of people saying I was sticking up for Cash or whatever. I don't think I was. I think I was trying to facilitate a conversation, right? So, what do y'all think about that? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Does anybody feel like Cash was wrong? Does anybody feel like there's nuance to it, or that the older guy was wrong? Okay. If anybody wants to come up, give me their thoughts and opinions, because the folks that was in the comment section was very opinionated. And so I like to know, I like to kind of be able to expound on the conversation and really be able to, kind of hear your thoughts. I know for me, for my thoughts, I know what I think, but I'll save it, I'll save it because I'm always open to other people's thoughts and opinions. What's up? What you trying to say? Back to the content? Y'all see he got his baseball outfit on today? Daddy played baseball. So it says, let's see what it says. So it says, let me see. It says, Daddy's rookie. Y'all probably can't see that, but it says Daddy's rookie. All right. So, hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. All right. It's just the boys hanging out. Okay. It's just the boys hanging out. All right. So we're just hanging out. I decided to come on live because, there was nothing else to do. And I'm about to go out in a little bit, but, I'm just chilling here with Max for right now. So I don't need to whatever. By the way, guys, hey, go check out. And I know I've been shouting the channel out a lot. Trust me, there's nothing, going on or nothing like that. I just happen to like her channel, and she's kind of the new kid on the block. When it comes to the street section, I think she has a lot of talent. So her channel is according to Allie. But go check out her channel. Go watch the replay from last night. I was on there. I ended up getting on there with West Indy Collections, the father for unborn child. All right, his name is Will. I think it was a lively and good discussion. And so definitely go check her channel out. Again, she's not paying me, nothing like that. I just think that the synergy is there. So that's why I keep shouting the channel out, because it's kind of aligned with what we have going on. All right. All right. Anyway, what's going on, Contagious? Hey, Contagious. I just want to let you know, man, for everybody that, knows you and kind of even just knows you from as far as YouTube and everything else, our heartfelt just energy, condolences, well wishes are with you. We know that, losing your significant other is just super tough. And I can't imagine what you're going through. So just wanted to say, hey, we see you, we love you. Definitely, uh, I just wish you the best and healing energy. So anyway, what's up, Max? Say, man, yeah, I got a head full of hair. All right, but it's not just from my daddy's side. My mommy also has this kind of finer course of hair. So even though T is a totally dark skinned beauty, she happens to have it's kind of like my dad. My dad was like dark skinned, but he had red undertones. T is, dark, but she has that, really soft, fine course of hair. So, of course, you got Max here, came out with both sides. 5 hour live. Listen, just go to about the 2 or 3 hour mark. Trust me, it's good. Go to about the 2 or 3 hour mark, and you're gonna get a lot of good stuff. One of the things that we talk about in the mastermind, and one of the things that Allie has attempted, and I'm gonna continue to encourage her maybe to try out, see if it works, is to clip up certain parts of the live that maybe were more lively into like 20-minute bite-sized videos. What's up, buddy? What's up? Talk to me. You hungry? Well, you just need to use your words. You need to say, Daddy, I'm hungry. Yeah, all that crying ain't gonna work, buddy. Okay? We's men. So you can cry, but you ain't about to be crying and whining about stuff. You're gonna say, Daddy, I'm just a little hungry, that's all. Okay, and then Daddy's gonna say, Wow, Max, I didn't know four-week olds could talk. But then again, you are my son. So, you know, I wouldn't be too shocked. Okay, I wouldn't be too shocked. All right. Thank you, Allie. All right, thank you. Allie, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. All right. Hey, man, listen, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Just a side note, guys, if you're in here watching me and you're making negative comments and stuff like that, trust me, I'm not weird, you are. All right, I'm not weird, you are. The truth is that um, we only have 24 hours in a day, man. If you're spending your time looking at somebody that you consider weird, or you just want to kind of, you know, say crazy stuff or whatever, you're the weirdo. Like, go get a life, dude. Go get a life. Like, whoever this Alonzo Longmire dude is, like, dude, go get a life. Like, seriously, if you're a man, if you're a male, shame on you, man. I was just saying it yesterday in the live. Like, we got to spend our time really trying to build as men. And so, if you're doing anything else other than building, when you should be, figuring out a way to build the most, you're not doing your big one as a man. And that's just me being honest. All right, but anyway, all right. Well, let's go ahead and the moderators. I saw open in here earlier. I'm not sure if she's still in here. It's no biggie. One of the things also that I could tell you, right? One of the things that I can tell you is when it comes to comment sections and things like that, unless someone is overly spamming the chat, meaning like saying the same thing over and over and over and over and over, um, I tend to like let it ride. Conflict is good for business, right? That doesn't mean that you want to intentionally be like this messy, just super conflict type of situation. But hey, man, a little bit of conflict, good for business. All right, a little bit of conflict, good for business. So that's what people like, right? And so I ain't worried about it. I let folks say what they say. When you're confident in who you are, what you got going on, there's not really too much nobody can say to kind of, rattle you or throw you off your game. And when they, say stuff like that, it more so says stuff about them than it does about me. All right. So, but anyway, yeah, shout out to everybody, man. I see everybody in the chat. I see folks from different sectors and things like that. Shout out to y'all, man. Definitely. All right. But okay, so I'm guessing y'all don't want to talk about the trans thing. I thought it was a good discussion going on in the comment section, but no biggie. But if y'all do want to talk about it, y'all could definitely, hit. Oh, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link or whatever. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this? Okay, y'all see this? Don't act like you don't see this experienced daddy energy going on right now. You see it. I know you see it. All right. Wow. All right. So there's the link. I don't know if I could pin it. Oops. My bad. All right. All right. So let's see. Let's see. Can I pin it? I don't know. Okay. I'll start it. That's what I'll do. Hold on. Uh-huh. Okay. So it's not pinned, but if anybody wants to come in, if any of the moderators want to come in and pin it, you could definitely do that. All right. So, bruh, five, come on up here, man. I want to hear your opinion. You say as soon as you talk to a trans, they should disclose it. So let me ask you this, right? Um, appreciate you, CWC Batty. All right. All right. Let me get this Alonzo dude up out of here. He doesn't know how to stay on task. All right. We're gonna put you in timeout. Okay. All right. So bro five, I would love to hear your opinion and you expound on that because think about it like this, right? So from a person like Cash's perspective, who and I've seen it, Cash will walk from like she'll walk like maybe 3 blocks from the train station to let's say the library, maybe 5 blocks to the library, something like that, right? And there will be at least 10 people, 10 guys that will try to holler at Cash, right? So imagine that happens every day. So are you saying that every time a stranger walks up to you and kind of bothers you, you're like maybe minding your business, doing your own thing, in your own thoughts, whatever, that a stranger comes up to you and because they come up to you, you have to disclose, your biological gender, which is also something to that basically is something that you're clearly running away from, right? So you don't want to be necessarily reminded all the time of your biological gender. You went out of your way to present yourself as the opposite gender, and because random man comes up to you, you then have to disclose that. Let's just say 10, 20 times a day, every day, right? Is that onus on you or is it on them? And so, I mean, it's a good discussion because, I agree that like, hey, you definitely should disclose it as soon as possible. But is it like as soon as a guy walks up to you and starts flirting? Isn't that kind of like on them? You know what I'm saying? Like a guy walks up to you, starts flirting, whatever. I have, if I'm a trans, I have to immediately say, hey, I'm trans. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like, again, I would like to know what y'all's thoughts are. Let me see. Only if she likes to want to talk to him as well. Okay, right. So that's what she was saying. That's what Cash was saying, right? Hands down, B. You're saying if they are trying to holler at you, yes, you should. Okay, well, at what point? At what point? Because I agree. I agree. We're not in disagreement that a trans person should disclose. But when? Okay. Wouldn't you want someone you approach to tell you? Well, I'm not gonna just approach all willy-nilly like that, just to be honest with you. For one, I'm just not at that point in my life where I'm just like approaching willy-nilly and this and that. Two, just to be honest with y'all, right? For the past few years, I haven't really had to approach much of anybody. I get approached. Lucky me, whatever, right? Um, you say this conversation is boring. Well, listen, you don't have to indulge. But I think it's a good conversation, right? And I think it's something that has, like I say, a lot of nuance. So I am interested in knowing like what y'all think, like exactly when they should disclose it, right? Um, okay, so folklore says if there's clear romantic intention, and especially if you can ascertain that the approaching person is mistaken. Well, we do live in Atlanta, man. So it's like Can you tell if they're mistaken? Like, in other words, there's some guys who I would have said that and they'd be like, I know, duh. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Hi, Marcus. You're very handsome. Are you single? Um, I'm not. I'm not. I'm working on a situation with the mother of this handsome fellow right here. So we're going to, give it a shot. Right? We've been dealing with each other for years, off and on, and so we're very familiar with each other, and we like each other, right? And we're definitely sweet on each other, and I think that she's a great mom. She knows I'm a great dad, and she knows how to take care of me in all the different ways, and I do too. So, yeah, I think we're doing our thing, right? How long to the next topic? We can switch topics whenever, guys. All right. Do I have an empty Christmas tree? Yes, I do. Don't ask me about it, okay? And yes, it's still up. I know it's like the 6th or something like that, so I need to take it down, okay? All right, I'll be taking it down soon. But thank you. Yes, I like my little place. If she liked them, want to talk to them, she should tell them right away so there won't be no confusion. But what if she doesn't like them? What if they approach her? She's not really feeling them. They're trying to be flirty and they're being like extra flirty, let's say, right? So they're being extra flirty. When should she tell them? Like as soon as they come up, should she just decline their advances and just keep it moving? Like, is she obligated to tell them? You know what I'm saying? Or is it like, she doesn't really have to tell them, but she can kind of, you good? Yeah. All right, let's get a little burp going, man. Let's get a little burp going, man. Come on. Yeah. I heard a little bit come out. Okay. Let's see. Right. So you guys are saying, good point. If she's not even interested, she shouldn't have to divulge anything. Well, I guess that's the point I'm making, right? It's like, is the burden on her to, or on Cash to divulge, their, what they are biologically, or is the burden on the guys who are approaching? Okay, right? I think that's I don't know. To me, it's kind of unfair to expect Cash in that situation to every time some random guy approaches her, she has to like disclose it right away. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. A trans need to stay in their community. All these alphabet places in Atlanta go around there. Well, what community is that? I mean, in Atlanta, that's kind of like, hey, listen, they out here. Okay. If he goes beyond simple flirting and we're going to set up a date, they should know you're trans. So you're saying that let the flirting and everything go on. Well, some guys are saying, all right, like I'll kill you over that. Like if you let me flirt with you and you know that you're that you're trans, then I'll kill you. That's what some guys are saying. Marcus is maximum from an interview. We have so many haters videos on YouTube. It's like you can never win. You're gonna get all the tea about everything regarding how we met, what our situation is, all the different stuff that we've gone through. You're gonna get all that on the new channel. The name of that channel right now is called Marcus Raw. We're probably gonna change the name of it, but for right now, that's the name of it. And so go find that channel, subscribe, make sure you turn on post notifications, and probably be looking for the first live to be sometime next week. She's going to be in here helping me, get my meal preps whipped up and just making sure that I'm good to go and taking care of Max and doing all the new mommy stuff. Y'all are going to be right along the journey with her. So as she, does this or does that or takes him for a walk or, goes to yoga because there's a yoga thing right up the street, right? Goes to yoga and, does this, does that, right? So all the little things, you're going to learn about her story, which is just literally a hell of a story, So y'all are going to love T. But she's going to be the main one kind of operating that channel. Of course, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be a part of it as well. But yeah, so you're going to love the whole journey. All right. So that channel is going to be amazing. Okay. All right. So, yep. What up, ATL Flippers? All right. So somebody says, I can't wait for Quita to crash out when she hears Mark's in a relationship. You do know that Quita knows about everything that I'm got going on, right? Like I'm not gonna have somebody that I'm making money with that isn't like familiar with, all the stuff that's going on. Okay, so I make sure I keep people in the loop when they need to be in the know. Okay, so Quita has known about my situation and has known about my baby for a couple months now. Okay, appreciate you, Open. Appreciate you for dropping the channel. All right, I can't wait. Yeah, okay. Uh, Wait, is the girl Quita's topic of this conversation? Is she trans? No, 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 no. Absolutely not. Quita's definitely not trans, and she's not the topic of this conversation. It was just a comment that somebody made. All right. Okay. You say otherwise full disclosure? I don't know. I don't know. Like I say, I think that full disclosure is needed, but it's like the question is when, at what point? You know what I'm saying? At what point should a trans person disclose? Because the older guy was saying it should be illegal to do what Cash did, which is basically just sit there and get flirted with. Cash didn't walk up to him. Cash didn't, flirt with him. He walked up to Cash. He was flirting with Cash. So when when should Cash disclose, like, I'm a trans, by the way? Okay. Y'all let me know. All right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get it on out, buddy. Get it on out. We know what you like to do. Yeah. Get it on out. You say that's a better discussion to be had amongst the LGBT. A mixed crowd is going to be stuck on gender validation. Well, a mixed crowd is where the impact is, Wi-Fi and Firefly. So I think that it's the perfect discussion to have outside of the LGBTQ community. I mean, obviously their input would be, would be welcome. But I just think that I think that it's actually the perfect crowd to have this conversation because this is who it affects, right? You saw how mad the older guy was. He was ticked, right? He was pissed off. And so I just, I wanted to know what you guys thought about it, right? Tracy says it's too dangerous to not tell people. Again, Tracy, I agree, but let's dive deeper, right? When in that situation, when a random man comes up to a trans, starts flirting, does all like that, when should the trans disclose that they're trans? Okay, y'all let me know. What's a good food delicacy that you enjoy whilst in USVI, Marcus? I mean, obviously oxtails. I love having me some good oxtails. All right. Besides that, man, just all the stuff. Just they got the same foods in the island. It's not like they have these wildly different foods. I will say this. Little poop poop. Come on with it. Come on with it, buddy. Get it on up. Okay. I will say this. Get you some goat meat. Get you some curry goat while you're down there. All right. Trust me, you're gonna love it. Okay. Let's see. I'm missing some of these. So I don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle, but I can still be respectful. Somebody said, I'd rather for a person to tell me from the door for real. Right. But it's like, I get that for sure if they approach you. But if you approach them, right, at what point should they tell? And then again, you got to think about it from the perspective of Cash is someone that, realistically may get approached 10 times a day. And I'm just being so honest with y'all. Okay. Like I could be out there doing a 20-minute interview with Cash and Cash would get approached 3 or 4 times in that 20 minutes. Right. So it's like, okay, well, again, in the beginning, what does that mean? Like it's the guy walks up, starts flirting. When should Cash disclose it? Is it like as soon as the person walks up? Is it, after Cash may feel like I might like this person, let me disclose it? Is it okay if Cash never discloses it and just walks away? And the guy's like, hey, I really want to holler at you. Please come back. Like, is that cool? Because that'll be embarrassing for the guy too, because other people who are watching that may know that Cash is a trans. And so he may feel away later on, like, hey, how come you didn't disclose you was trans? So that's what I'm saying. Like, when is the appropriate time? Okay. I think a trans should disclose her gender when a relationship becomes full force. If not, then it doesn't have to be said. Nowadays, trans are being done up because they don't have to tell who they are. So you think that it should go all the way to a relationship before he tells? I don't know if I agree with that, right? I think a trend. Let's see. It doesn't matter who approaches who first. It needs to be revealed immediately, unless they want to suffer the consequences of not revealing it. It's pretty simple. Okay. Well, hey, I can respect that everybody has an opinion. I can respect that opinion. All right. What's going on, everybody? What up, Diamond Babe? All right. Got to stop in North Carolina at some point. I would disclose only if I like the guy and me and the man start talking on the phone. That's when I would disclose it. I feel like if you wait till that point, then they may be pissed. They may be pissed. So, I don't know. Like, I'm like, I don't know. Um, I think that they should tell them soon and sooner rather than later. But like having to disclose that to everybody that approaches you, again, imagine if it's 10 times a day, every day, and it's something that you're actively kind of trying to run away from, which is you want to be seen as a female, but because random people approach you, you have to address the fact that you're biologically male multiple times a day. I don't know. It's kind of like, all right. So I don't know. Interesting discussion. Interesting, like kind of to be able to like hear people's opinions and what different people think about it. Because as you guys and as the people in the comments stated, that kind of stuff can turn deadly. I mean, we're here in Atlanta, probably a little more used to it or whatever. I should have a lap cloth on my shoulder, shouldn't I? But I'm a dad, Daddy's gonna do daddy. Look, daddy's gonna do daddy stuff. We gonna do daddy stuff. We gonna be like, hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right, we gonna do daddy stuff, man. So we're not gonna be all the way, just perfect baby all the time. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna tell you something, boy. We love our kids, boy. Yeah, no, get off subject, Rhonda. We just talking. We just popping. It ain't nothing. I'm talking about stop. see how moms are. No trans folk to be seen and a lot of opinions about them. No trans folk to be seen. What are you saying in the comment section? Why don't they ask, are you a natural born female? Right. I agree with that too, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, who should the burden be on? Should the burden be on the trans person or the person who approached? Right? Me personally, I think that if you approach someone, the burden is on you. That's what I think. If you approach someone, as I told him in the video, you got to pay attention. Hands, jawline, Adam's apple, maybe a little bit of stubble on the face, feet, right? Head size. Okay, there's a lot of giveaways when it comes to trans. And so, especially he's 60 years old, living here in Atlanta, he should know better. Me personally, that's what I think. So I think that I think that basically if you approach someone, the onus is on you, right? Because again, so they had bad picos. Yeah. Well, listen, and if a woman has bad picos and things like that, hey man, it may be a question that is kind of awkward, but she may get that question more than other women about whether she's trans or not, right? So if you have features that are more stereotypical of the opposite gender, it is what it is, right? So, but yeah, I mean, I think that whoever approaches, that's who the burden is on. Now, I don't think that it's appropriate, for instance, if someone approaches and, they both have an attraction, and let's say that I don't even think it's appropriate to wait beyond the first conversation. Okay. But again, for someone like Cash to make it approached a bunch of times a day, I just kind of feel like, well, I don't think it's fair for them to have to, say that like 10, 20 times a day, just because, some random man approached him. Okay. So that's just my thing. Let's see. Question: why not just do Marcus Raw content on Marcus IRL? That's a good question. Well, because Marcus IRL is more focused on me and the girls, and Marcus Raw is more so going to be T's, deal, right? So the girls are going to be at school and things like that when she'll be going live, like mostly like during the day and stuff like that. So, for those who are like kind of at work, don't really have nothing to do, need, someone, that's going to be going live, consistently, she'll be able to provide, something that you can watch, right? So whether it's her, like I say, just dealing with Max here, whether it's her whipping me up my meal preps, cleaning up, my little space, my area, tidying things up, going to Pont City Market to pick this up or that up, going to Kroger to make a quick Kroger run, doing all kind of stuff, giving y'all story times. She has a very interesting life, very interesting story. So there's a lot that you guys are going to get out of that channel, and I didn't want to mix them up because me and the kids, we do our thing, and it's not to say that we're not all one big blended situation, but when it comes to channels, you want things to be extremely streamlined. And by the way, guys, this is one of the things that I teach and that we talk about in the mastermind. You want things to be streamlined when it comes to YouTube channels. Having a variety channel, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, is going to get you, the algorithm is going to be confused and it ain't going to mess with you. It's just not going to show nobody your stuff because it's not going to know who to show it to because you do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's free game. If you want the rest of the game, join the mastermind. All right. All right. Say that baby too young to be on live. Let me see what this person said. All right. Let's see. Oh, first of all, truly like Cash's open disclosure that she have real human emotions and struggles with depression, praying for her. I'm going to tell you something, man. Cash is one of my favorite interviewees because Cash doesn't mind having the more difficult discussions. Cash doesn't mind when I say things that other people may find offensive. Cash doesn't really take offense to them. Also, people can say what they want, but numbers don't lie. If you go back and look at all of my Cash interviews, they all do well. They all do well above average numbers. They all do well above average comments. And, so obviously the people like it. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Open. I ain't gonna lie. I'm disappointed that you haven't decided to join the mastermind. I ain't gonna lie. There was a few people I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure they're gonna join because I had some ideas and different things like that. You better spend that $40. All right, you better spend that damn $40 open. Okay, it's only $40. Okay, borrow it from one of your dudes. Tell them that you're trying to grow your YouTube channel. It's like I said in the commercial. Anything you want to grow and everything like that, you got to invest, and it's a small investment. And I'm gonna tell you, the folks that are in there can tell you, like, you know, it ain't like you're gonna get this silver bullet that's just gonna completely. You be busy on Sunday. Okay, all right, I get it. 7 to 9, I get it. No, no worries. Okay. Uh, where's Shatoria? I kind of had to back off from Shatoria. She started just getting a little bit too out there, and the situation wasn't progressing. I know that y'all like to just hear like the crazy talk and all that stuff, but you know, at a certain point, it becomes draining to my spirit if things aren't at least trying to move forward. And that's kind of how I felt with the Shatoria situation. It's kind of where I'm getting to with the Quita situation too, to be honest with you. So we'll see. We'll see how things move forward. All right. But anyway, to answer the question right away, that's how people get hurt or worse. It's called consent. Just like you tell someone if you had an STD, you should tell them if you're a trans. Right. But if let's say that you are a just super fine female that gets approached 30 times a day, and let's say that you have HIV. If you get approached 30 times a day, 30 different random men approach you, every time a guy approaches you, should you have to disclose your HIV status to them right away? Or should there be nuance to it? So I'm interested in what your response to that would be. Let me see what this person said about the baby. Let's see. Uh, he's so adorable. Thank you, Shiloh. Let's see. Marcus, you're a devil, like the dude said on Boomerang. Why am I a devil? All right. That baby too young to be on live, especially if you didn't get him a red string to keep away evil eyes. Oh, okay. Well, I guess so, Caribbean Queen. We're protected though. We're protected over here, man. All right. Our blood runs with the strength of protection in it. We are a blessed bloodline, and so any of the nonsense, that stuff isn't going to come through to my little fella. Okay. because guess what? Say we're protected, man. Say, listen, let me tell you something. My middle name, I'm named after my pop pop. My pop pop was so special, and his sons are so special. And so, me being his grandson, I am so special. Okay. And I don't even want to tell you what my other, I don't even want to tell you what my other great grandfather was, because then y'all will start thinking some stuff. But just know that our bloodline is protected. So we're good. We don't need none of that. Okay. We don't need none of that. All right. All right. Yes. Say yes. Say we starting to get our little color. Ain't talking about no white baby. Oh, widow baby. It doesn't say white baby. Widow baby. Um, let's see. Yep. Yeah, we're blessed over here. And say daddy gives me lots of kisses. And he likes to smell my hair because it just got that new baby smell. So they got that new baby smells. Daddy's just infatuated with me. Daddy's obsessed. But that's okay, because that's the only way I would have it. Because I'm a Ferris. And so our dads are always obsessed with us. Yep. And I can't wait for my nephew to come out too. He's gonna be coming out in like about 2.5 weeks from now. Using the baby for content is child abuse. Caribbean Queen, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. All right. It's my baby, not yours. So if I want my baby to be on live with me, this is my son. He could be on live with me. And also, this is just a different day. Different day and age, man. And so y'all are gonna, this baby is gonna have hundreds of uncles and aunties that he's never met. And he's gonna have hundreds of aunties, uncles that are praying for him, that are wishing him the best, that may, look to be a help in his life at some point. So I just think I think it's a different day and age. Y'all are gonna get to see Max grow up, which I think is just gonna be awesome, right? I think that that's gonna be a good thing. I think that we're all gonna be able to enjoy him and learn. He's gonna be able to enjoy and learn and grow. So I'm just super happy. All right, I am just super happy. Yeah. So simple as view on the bad thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree, right? Cassie Baby just said, "How is me putting my baby on here a bad thing?" Well, explain it. Explain why it's a bad thing. Someone explain it to me. Because if your explanation is that, some weirdo is gonna like Photoshop a picture with something with my baby and this, that, and the third. Okay, what does that mean? Like y'all be getting bent up over the weirdest stuff, just like the stuff that's just non-impactful. Like who cares? Who cares? Okay, all right, who cares? Let's see. Someone said, "Let me go because I got a smart mouth." Congratulations again on little man. Oh, Batty, I thought you already was dipping out. All right, I thought you was already dipping out, but you could listen, guys. Y'all know me. I'm not super sensitive. All right. If you say something crazy about a baby, it says more about you than me. My feelings ain't gonna be hurt. All right. My feelings ain't gonna be hurt. Okay. What? 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 Go ahead. Tell daddy. You gotta start using your words, buddy. You gonna have to talk early. Okay. As Ferris, we start talking early. That's why I'm such a yapper now. All right, I started talking too early. You stayed and was in the bushes. Hey, Batty, listen. You in them bushes, make sure you bring me something. All right, make sure you bring me something. I don't know what's in there, but bring me something. Ooh, oh, that's what you was making that noise for. Oh, yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What mommy been eating? Huh? What mommy been eating? Good gracious. Go ahead. You focus. Get the rest of it out. Get the rest of it out, man. We're gonna get you changed in a second, all right? Little peanut, he looks like a tiny peanut. I appreciate that, Warrior One. All right. Yep. Yeah. So what about all those mommy channels? Right. Exactly, Cassie. Right. It's like y'all just be saying crazy stuff. Let's see. I got you, Marcus. You want a chopped cheese? I do. I would like a chopped cheese. I would say get me a Red Bull, but I'm trying to lay off the Red Bull, so you can give me a Celsius. Give me a Celsius, right? Let's see. I think that'll be all I need for now. Okay. P.O. Box Lisa. I am deaf. All right. So what other hey, what? Tell me. No, use your words. Don't do that. Go ahead. Tell me. Tell me. I know you're not still hungry. What you want to change now? Okay. All right. Come on. We'll get you changed up, man. We'll get you changed up. Okay. We're gonna get you changed up, man. I felt what you did in there. Yeah, I know. Don't even worry about it. Okay? Don't even worry about it. Daddy got you, little fella. You know you're my best buddy. Right? See, if you're from the 80s, you remember a toy, a commercial where they used to be like, my buddy, where I go, he goes, my buddy, and me. Right? Max is my buddy. Oh, Max, I know you don't like getting this stuff done. You did. Let's see if you did. Let's see. Was it just? Oh no, that's a blowout. Not a total blowout, but you gotta get it changed, buddy. You can't be walking around here with all that opinion. Okay. All right. Let's get you squared. Oh, is this a new thing? All right. Let's get you squared away, man. We gotta get you good and cleaned up. All right. We're gonna get you good and cleaned up, man. You got that good orange stuff. You got the same color stuff that Dad used to have, man. And then my other kid, they had that good old orange too. Okay? All right, don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, you got some more, let me know now. I got it over the diaper, so we good. Let it out if you got it. Okay? All right. Let's make sure that we get you all around there. We don't want no little spots. We want you clean as a whistle. No. I know you don't like it. I know. You got to do all that stuff. Okay, let it out. I hear that little poopy. If you got some more, let it out now while I'm still. When you put the diaper on, and then you get to do around 2 now. Alright? Don't do that like that. Okay? Alright, got y'all cleaned up. Let's see. Oh yeah, let it out. Let it out, buddy. Get it out. That's right. Get it out. That's right, my boy. That's what you was making all that mess? That little gas had you uncomfortable? Okay. Alright, well. Good to go. Let's get this new diaper, y'all. Okay? Yeah, let's get this new diaper, y'all. Fresh. So fresh and so clean. Right? Say, man, I'm Max. I'm so fresh and so clean. No. We know you don't like getting this diaper change stuff. We're going to make it super quick, okay? All right, we're done. We don't want to hear all that. No. Hey, son. Hey. You wait until I'm done. And then you can say whatever you got to say, okay? But you're going to have to cut all that out. No. Yeah, let's get them legs back in. We got to get you back dressed, buddy. Okay. Hey. All right, we got you. Let's get you this stuff. All right. Hey. You can't make all that noise. You can't be making all that noise. You still got gas going on. You pooping it out, or you just farting it out? It feel like a fart. That's just making all that noise for, buddy. You just talk to daddy. No. All right. Come on. You still got some gas. We'll let you burp it and fart it out. Okay. All right. You can't be making all that noise. Oh, this duck for my Jeep. Okay. So I tell you what, Lisa. Lisa, shoot me an email at Atlanta Street Interviews. Hey, Max. What's the problem, buddy? Are you? I know you're not still. I know you're not hungry again. All right, we just changed you. So you either got some gas going on. What you trying to? So you making that? You making that hungry? Okay, come on, come on, come on. You don't got the gas out. Whoops. So you don't got the gas out. Now you ready to eat again. That little gas is probably making you uncomfortable, huh? Okay. Come on, buddy. We got you. Daddy got you. Daddy got you. Okay. You gotta use your words. You gotta talk to daddy. We don't hear all that whining and stuff. We men over here, man. Uh-oh. We men over here, okay, buddy? What's wrong? Hmm? Talk to me. No. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, yes. I was saying email AtlantaStreetInterviews@gmail.com. Go ahead and email me, Lisa, and I'll shoot your address where you can shoot that stuff over. And I really, really appreciate it. I just super love when I get ducked, right? So when I get a duck for my Jeeps, boy, that's one of the things that make me have the best day ever. All right. So, and recently I've been getting a lot. So, hello from Yale Law School. What up, though? All right. What up, though? All right. So okay, yeah, definitely email me and I'll shoot you that address or whatever. So then the other thing, guys, so I wanted to run this idea by y'all. I know what y'all are probably gonna say, but I'm gonna run this idea by you, right? So y'all know Kelsey. Kelsey is just has the most interesting life, right? Y'all only get like kind of the surface level of how her stories be playing out. Long story short, there's a lot of guys that hit me up about Kelsey. And I was thinking, like, you know what? Um, so, so Kelsey was saying that she wanted to basically do um, more of her OF content, right? And so she wanted to get, like a little toy or whatever, right? And so I was saying, hey, there's a lot of guys that like you or whatever. Maybe we could do a contest where, and again, I know y'all are going to eviscerate me, so prepare yourself for a Marcus moment, okay? But maybe we could do a contest where, we do the contest and whoever wins gets to purchase you the toy and watch you use it, hands off, no touching, no anything like that. Now, she loved the idea. All right, she loved the idea, so she's down for it. And I told him that I was going to run it by the crowd when I was on live. So, what do y'all think about that? If you think that's a good idea, good content idea, whatever, put a one in the chat. If you think that Marcus is batshit crazy and a weirdo and a creep, put a two in the chat. All right. So, because like there's so many guys that inbox me, DM me, approach me in person about Kelsey. Like literally every time a video drops, right? So y'all let me know, right? Y'all let me know. One, if you think it's a good idea. Two, if you don't. Marcus stays gassy, get Milkalon. What does it say? Get Milacon baby gas drops. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. Uh-oh. Over with. Well, you look milk drunk, boy. Go ahead and take you a nap. I'm gonna burp you in a second. I'm gonna burp you while you're on the way to napping. How about that? Kelsey put a one in the chat. Y'all see where it says KC to Max? So that's Kelsey. So she thinks it's a great idea. Um, I don't think ever encouraging women to essentially sell their bodies in these ways is ever good. She's not really. Is she selling her body, or is she kind of providing access to? Oh yeah, buddy, that's a good burp. That's a good burp. I don't think she's selling her body. I think she's kind of, giving guys like a little peek inside type deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I think. So, and I wasn't asking in terms of morality or anything. I was asking in terms of, do you think that it would be good content? Oftentimes, the people that would put like the two in the chat will be the main ones watching. First ones on the post. You know what I'm saying? You say it's still selling your body in some form. Well, I guess I can agree with that. I can agree with that. She's selling fantasy. You want it, join. You don't, keep moving. Really simple, right? That's more so what I see it as. Is like she's selling the fantasy of having her body, right? Yeah, selling her body is when someone gets to actually get into her body. So that's just my perspective. Say, can I repeat it? Basically, it's a lot of guys come, reach out to me like, hey, hook me up with Kelsey, hook me up with Kelsey. So Kelsey wants to do more of her spicy content on the OF platform. And so I told her, well, hey, let's do a contest where whatever the contest is, when the person that wins gets to purchase the toy and gets to watch her use it. So I just think it'll be a good thing to, have, YouTube content, but also content that will, go over to the other website too. So that's just me. That's just me. I'm just, just kind of thinking out loud, thinking about, different content ideas, different ways that we can incorporate, kind of like people are reaching out to me anyway. It's like, all right, well, you're reaching out. Let's make some fun out of it. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it so that, hey, you're reaching out, you got a chance, right? So you're going to be competing with maybe 4 or 5 other guys, but whatever the contest is, you guys are going to try to impress her, and she's going to pick whoever the guy is, and then he's going to get to, get the toy and watch her play with it, and then, we'll maybe get to, talk to him afterwards or whatever, but anyway, again, I'm a person that's going to just spitball ideas and, hey, listen, some of them are going to stick, some of them ain't. All right. But no worries. Now let's elevate the community, not contribute to the culture that keeps homes broken and continue generational trauma. I think there's room for both. I think that in any society, you're going to have a 360 of different people, things, aspects, thoughts, and everything else. I think that the majority of it should be leaning towards like a productive, positive place and everything else. But within anything, you're going to have like still your kind of underbelly and things like that. So it is what it is. All right. Will I be the man behind the camera? I am not. I'm not the man behind her camera. If y'all want to know who that is, I'm sure Kelsey will tell you. Go to her channel, KC to the max. KC to the max. And I'm sure that, you'll be able to kind of look at him. He is out of here, y'all. He is out of here. I love you, Max. I'm infatuated with my son, y'all. All right, let me put him down for just a second. Okay. All right. He does smell good. He smells so good. I tell you what, man. I am just so obsessed with my son. I am. Anyway, okay. Yep. All right. So you're hoping for a grandson, Lisa? Yeah. My mom is just ecstatic. This is her first live baby grandson, right? My brother had a stillborn about 14 years ago. But this is this is our first live and in-person grandbaby, and so she's about to have another one, not grandbaby, but grandson specifically, and so she's about to have another one. So yeah, it's up. We're lit. All right. Let's see. People should disclose their gender at birth immediately because it's unfair to leave people guessing, not giving them a choice. Ms. Love, I think you wasn't here for the discussion, but I guess the objection or the rebuttal, not objection, the rebuttal to that is, well, if someone gets approached 20 times a day, is the burden on them to disclose their true gender 20 times a day unprovoked, meaning they didn't approach the person, the people approached them. So based on someone else's action, you're saying that they have to disclose their gender or whatever. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. She'll be less desirable to a quality man with that kind of content. Moshi, I used to say that. When did I move? Tiffany, I mean, well, we know what your name. You ain't been around like now. You've been watching the video, so I've been moved like last year. Last year, I've been in this place for over a year now. Okay, definitely over a year now. All right. So, but yeah, Moshi Moshi. Let me see. What was I responding to what you said? Oh, less desirable. Traditionally, I would agree with that. But the more and more I see the way that things play out in this current day and age, I just can't all the way say that. This day and age, it's like, it's almost to me like when you put eyeballs on you in that type of way, it's almost like you kind of have more options. And for some reason, I don't know if y'all remember that Kanye song where he said, what did he say? What did he say? He said basically the effect, I'll paraphrase. He basically said that the college girls like the thugs and the what does he say? College girls all want to. Anyway, basically was saying basically like the opposites like each other, right? So the buttoned up guy and everything else tends to go for like the baddie stripper, you know what I'm saying, that type of woman, that type of aesthetic. That's like their dream or their fantasy or whatever. And so, you may think like, hey, you know what I'm saying, this buttoned up guy is going to go for this buttoned up lady, but really what ends up happening, the buttoned up guy goes for the one that's like a little bit kind of has that stripper fun girl type of vibe, and then the buttoned up women, they have them, the thug guy that kind of, you know what I'm saying, cracks their back or whatever. And so that's how it ends up going. So, all right. Anyway, all right, let me see what y'all in here talking about. My aunt has a mansion out there in Douglasville. Definitely, for sure. Let's see. Man, this Alonzo Longmire guy, I guess I timed him out. I'll just go ahead and hide him from the channel. All right. Peace from the Middle East, Alonzo. We'll holler at you, all right? All right. Let's see, because she's boring. Who's boring? What y'all talking about? Hey, Kelsey, who you say that's boring? My family friends and I really enjoy Cash's interviews. Yeah, Cash is a great interview. Never seen a stuff relationship with that type of dynamic. Laugh out loud. The Miracle of Cana, are you kidding me? Where it's like that opposite vibe type deal. Maybe by the time you see the relationship, you don't know like what their history is. So they maybe just look like, a nice couple at that point. But yeah, I've seen like the older couples where the guy was, more buttoned up. The lady was like a little more fun girl, and they come together and all right. But let me see. What was Kelsey talking about? I must have missed what was going on in the chat. All right. Let's see, because let me see what did it say. Exactly, it's in their past, not their present. Let's see, she looks better than most. Cash is gorgeous. So a lot of people, especially a lot of guys, they won't admit that. They won't admit that Cash presents as a attractive feminine female, right? Now again, I'm from here. I know kind of what to look for when it comes to trans people and stuff like that. So, I can see the nuances and things like that, but I can see where people don't. And not only I can see where people don't, but I literally see the result and the actual actions whenever I see Cash out there in the form of guys approaching. So obviously, more people than not agree that Cash has some level of attraction. But will guys admit that? Most guys? No, they won't. All right. No, they won't. So, and I get it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Kelsey was talking about, let me show this. Okay. So they showed it. Yeah. Kelsey was saying the button up lady with the button up guy, he doesn't really want her because she's boring. I'll say this. Even if he does like get with her, marry her, stuff like that, that tends to be the situations where then they go out cheating, right? So they get with the lady that is more buttoned up and this and that, but then they're the type that's going to go to the strip club, pay the stripper $250 to cheat, that type of stuff. So Um, Okay, so yeah, Lisa, right. That's I think where a lot of people are feeling and agreeing is like, hey, you don't got to share intimate details about yourself as soon as someone approaches, but it should be soon enough. It should be soon enough, you know. So I agree with that. Let's see. So Alan Thompson says, as a gay male, Cash looks like a trans. Laugh aloud. I'm not saying she's not attractive, but it's pretty obvious. Most of these guys are just into trans. Okay. Okay. So I get that, Alan, right? So, and I get it. I think that that's your opinion. You may have like this a similar type of like you may have experience with viewing maybe the small or the details between a trans and a cisgender woman, but not everybody has that. Am I 80s baby? Yes, I am. 83. All right. But not everybody has that. And I can tell you, Alan, that a lot of guys, like I say, approach her. And it's not because they're into trans. It's because they think that she's a pretty female. Right? So, you may see what you see, but hey man, trust me, these guys are approaching, all right? All right, hold on, y'all. Hey, what's up, man? You say what? Okay, so I can kind of barely hear you, so maybe just speak a little more clear. But yeah, we chilling. We just in the house right now. I'm actually on live right now. You say what? Well, no, no, no. Talk to me. You mean with Cole? Well, okay. Well, talk to me. What do you need from me right now? What do we need to do? Okay. Okay. Well, listen. There's no pressure or stress. All right. We're just gonna put one foot in front of the other. You're gonna get it done. There's no worries. As far as the mailing stuff, like I said, if we need to get like a PO box or something like that, we can talk about that. If that'll be something that's just like more stable or whatever, right? So we'll definitely come up with whatever solutions we need to. It's no worries. So you just keep your pretty little head just screwed on very tightly and nice and neat, and everything's gonna be okay. 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 So you can come over here if you want. If not, then I'll meet you back at your place or whatever. But we'll be seeing each other within a few hours, regardless. Okay. You sure? Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to take that phone call. Let's see. Uh, sometimes you can't tell the difference. Oh, what up, Golden? By the way, what's happening, man? What up? What up? What up? All right. Sometimes you can't tell the difference, especially nowadays. Women didn't used to wear makeup every day as they do now. When men and women are both made up like that. Golden, speak on that. Speak on that. All right. Speak on that because if you go to like the 80s and 90s vibe, you didn't have it wasn't a normal thing for women to walk around every day with a full face of makeup and eyelashes and wigs and all that stuff. That stuff really started to become more more prominent in like the mid 2000s and up. So as women start to kind of get more into that look, it made it easier for trans people to look the way that women were looking, because obviously a trans person it's going to be necessary for them to have the makeup, the lashes, all the done up, the glam stuff, right? So I mean, uh, and that's not to say, let's not to like just blame women or nothing, but it's to say like, hey, that's just a fact that as women, it's okay, man. I don't know. All right, can y'all let me see about this thing or whatever, because y'all keep on saying that the mic is going in and out. And this is a fairly cheap webcam, right? I got it for like, I don't know, I think it was worth like maybe 50 or 60 bucks. I got it for 20 bucks on Black Friday. So, bear with me. All right. I hope that it's not still going in and out. But if it is, let me know. Okay. Um, let them people do what they want, and they're not bothering anyone. I think that the question or the argument is, what if someone approaches them? When are they obligated to tell? And again, it's easy to think about it just for one incident, but let's scale it out to someone that may get approached 20 times a day, every day. Are they obligated to disclose their gender 20 times a day, randomly, depending on when some guy wants to approach them? Are they obligated to disclose that right away, multiple times a day, right? Okay. So y'all limit women are wearing tons of makeup on an everyday basis if they're performing on stage. None of their business. Okay, so Tiffany says, hey man, because then, like I say, let's take it away from trans. Let's say something like HIV, right? If you're a beautiful woman who happens to have HIV and you get approached 20 times a day, is it your obligation to disclose your HIV status as soon as someone approaches you, or is there a nuanced time that's more appropriate? What do y'all think about that? Okay. All right. All right. Let's see. Heavyweights make them heavy lashes kind of blur the lines between cis and T women. Yeah, I mean, and listen, I'm not someone that is a hater of lashes. I'm not someone that's a hater of makeup or anything like that. But I do think that there's levels to it. And so when you go like full glam, full this, full that, it does make it easier for you and a trans person to be maybe confused about, for a person to think like y'all look alike or whatever. We have a due diligence to disclose our status. When? So again, your name is CWC Baddie, right? So let's assume you're a baddie, right? You got it in your name. And let's say that your experience in life is that you get approached 20 times every day. Doesn't matter where you go, whether you got on jogging pants, whether you got on a skirt, nice outfit, whatever it is, you get approached 20 times every single day, and you happen to have HIV. Is the onus on you to tell the men that are approaching you that you have HIV? And if so, when? Should you tell them right away? Should you not have to tell them? You know what I'm saying? What's the deal? Right? What's the deal? Is it okay if you don't like them and you don't tell them? Is that okay? Mark, you need to do a "Where Are They Now" segment from 2025, like a 2-minute update on most of them. I'll be thinking about stuff like that, but the truth is the juice ain't worth the squeeze. It just wouldn't get the views that it would be worth it. It'd get the same, maybe roughly 10,000 views or so. And for the time that it would take me to put it together, I could have made 3 or 4 other videos. So, but I get it. I will say this, on, stuff like this where I'm live, I will say RIP to Rod, who, AKA the Chicago Killer. RIP to CJ, which I made a video about that. The lady that I was interviewing when that guy approached me on Glenwood and things got a little rowdy or whatever. There was a couple other updates that I had. So I can't quite remember all of them, but Rodney. So Rodney, I just recently had an update on Rodney. Yes, you're talking about Rodney. Yes, the Chicago Killer. Yes, Rodney passed away I found out, I think, a couple weeks ago. Somebody reminded me last week as well. But yes, the Chicago killer did pass away. Um, yep, the tall guy. Oh, you're talking about Rodney, the naked guy, right? Rodney, the walker, the street walker. Um, so I recently did an update on Rodney, probably about a month ago. So definitely go check that out. It's actually a decent update. So yeah, go check that out because we learned something new about Rodney. So if you scroll up, it won't be more than about a month out, right? When am I going to interview Cam again? So all right, so let me tell y'all, man. One of the things that y'all don't get to see a lot is the behind the scenes stuff that goes on. So if my sound, okay, so testing 1 2 3. If my sound is good, put a 1. If it's not good, put a 2. Okay, and while we're waiting for that, I'll continue to talk. Have I talked to Vaughn? I don't think so. It's been a while. It's been a while since I talked to Vaughn. I think maybe the last time I talked to him was when we did the baby shower / fundraiser. Okay, 1. Okay, good. Y'all can hear me. Okay. All right. So put a M in the chat if you want to hear some of the behind the scenes stuff that goes on and the reason why y'all haven't heard from Cam. Put an M in the chat and put an N in the chat if no, I just want to talk about something else. All right. So put an M in the chat if you want Marcus to, kind of give y'all some of the tea on what be going on and why some people you don't see them after a while and things like that. Okay, so we got a lot of M's, of course. All right, so and by the way, all y'all folks that are nosy, I'm telling y'all are definitely gonna want to subscribe to Marcus Raw because it is gonna get raw. And I hope that even with some of the stories and this and that, I hope that y'all still love me afterwards, right? Because it's all love. Okay. Okay, so it's like the sound kind of goes in and out. My bad if it does. I'm not sure what's going on. This cam isn't moving or nothing, so I don't know why. Okay, so when it comes to Cam, so and this happens a lot, right? A lot of times these folks love you when you can benefit them, and literally the moment that they ask for a stick of gum and you don't have it or you don't want to give it to them, they're pissed and they don't rock with you. You know what I'm saying? And so that's essentially what happened with Cam, right? It's like, every time I see her, it's all love, it's good. Hey, let's do an interview because, she get a little cash. Hey, you got something to eat? If I got something, I'll give it to her, that type of stuff, right? And so one night, I think it was a couple weeks ago, it was I think the same night that I did the last update with her where she was at the gas station. We was talking about what Quita had did to her best friend or whatever. And so, we did the interview. It was all good. Love, hugs, everything great, right? And Cam was saying that she had this job or whatever. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't call out every time I think someone's lying. There's a certain strategy when it comes to, one of the things that my mom taught me, right? Because we talk about a lot of stuff that my dad taught me, but one of the just four, I don't know what word I was about to say. Anyway, one of one of the most important lessons that my mom imparted onto me, right, that I still use to this day, is to pick your battles. Pick your battles. Okay, pick your battles. And so, let me see. What did Alice just say? Alice, you are so funny the way that you put the quotation marks. Alice is famous for her quotation marks. All right, and talking about her friends and family. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Golden. I didn't even know somebody had my baby on their page. See, that just goes to show you how much attention I pay to like the trolls and all that stuff. I don't be caring. People do whatever they want to do in their little channels. It don't matter to me. All right, we're rocking and rolling over here. But I appreciate the heads up. All right. So anyway, so with Cam, so a lot of these folks have mental illness, and it's mental illness that you may not like they may seem normal enough if you just have like a one-off discussion with them, but you talk to them long enough, you hear and you see the mental illness, right? My first sign that Cam definitely had some level of mental illness was when she said that she was Country Wayne's sister. Okay, she said that she was Country Wayne's biological sister. Okay, and big homie Keon. Right, so you may not be familiar with big homie Keon, but he is, he's popping enough here in Atlanta on Instagram. Right, he's kind of a social media comedian type deal. Based here in Atlanta, cool dude. You know what I'm saying? Sound is going in and out. Damn it. Okay. Alrighty. If it continues to go in and out, please let me know. Okay. So that was my first telltale sign. Cam definitely has mental illness. She's claiming that Country Wayne is her brother and big homie Keon. And of course, when I kind of cornered her about it, because I was like, so Cam, no, I'm not using the mic. I'm not using the mic. Who gives a damn about his license? Okay, I don't know what y'all talking about in the comment section. Let me stay on my story. Okay, sound going in and out. All right, let's do this. Give me 1 second. Let me unplug it and then plug it back in. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. My bad about that, y'all. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep the I'm gonna keep the I'm gonna keep the thing here. Okay. So I'm gonna keep the camera here and let's hope that it doesn't have any issues. So okay. So put a 1 in the chat if the sound is good. Put a 2 if it's still having issues, and I'll continue my story. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So far better. Okay, great. Okay, so yeah, Cam told me that her brother was Country Wayne and that her other brother was Big Homie Keon. So if y'all know anything about Country Wayne, one of the things about his story is that he lost his mom. He lost his mom at like a early enough age in life, and it really shaped him. You know what I'm saying, as far as who he is and everything else. He talks about his mom a lot. It's definitely a trigger point for him as far as emotionally, right? So I'm a Country Wayne fan, so I know that. So Cam was basically saying that, that her mom lives, she was saying that I don't really need to be on Glenwood. My mom lives in Tucker and, everything's good and this and that and the third. So I was like, okay, well, cool. I mean, do because I was going along with her saying his brother. So I was like, so okay, so do y'all share the same mom? She was like, same mom, same dad. You know how folks are, same mom, same dad. So I was like, okay. So I was like, so y'all share the same mom for sure? Like y'all came out of the same lady's cootie cat? She was like, yep. I was like, well, one of the things about Country Wayne, his mom died, about 20 years ago. And she's like, well, see, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Right. So because she basically got caught in her lie. So that's kind of the backstory of who Cam is, you know what I'm saying? And so, we would have fun during the interviews and stuff like that. But I knew that she had some mental illness going on. That's not even what happened, though. The mental illness wasn't the problem, right? The problem, again, was as soon as they can't get any whatever from you, then that's when they don't like you no more or whatever, right? So we had just done the interview where she was talking about what Quita did to her best friend. That night, I think like maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, okay, she texted me like to get like a Cash App for a ride. Obviously, I was asleep, right? So I didn't see the text until that morning. But she texted me, and then maybe 10 minutes later after that, she was like, just never mind. Or shake my head, never mind, something like that. It's like, okay. See how people are? And so I've seen her at least 2 or 3 times after that. And, she'll like say hi or whatever. But a couple of times I said, hey, you want to do a little interview or whatever? She's like, no. You know what I'm saying? So she obviously feels away because I didn't send her the Cash App. She was only asking for like, I think $8 or $10 or something like that. But it's like, it's like, okay, for instance, y'all tell me what y'all think about this, right? So y'all know that Josias was a huge part of the channel at 2 different points, right? The first year and the second year. And, obviously, I did whatever I could to try to help him in different ways that I could help him when he was down here. Even to the point of getting, him in contact with his dad and having them, come down here and go back home, all that stuff, right? I go into the comment section on some of the videos on Josiah's Ebony page. I go check it out. Well, let me go see what's going on. Let me see what's happening with King Joe, right? And it's no worries. I don't need him to be on my channel or anything like that. I am good to go. Okay, guys, let me tell y'all a secret. The last 3 months were some of the best 3 months that I've had on YouTube. And I didn't have a viral video. I didn't have none of that stuff. All I had was just a nice level consistency of views. Okay. And so you go into the comment section. I think it was a video where they were like opening Christmas gifts and stuff like that. You go into the comment section on that video and you'll see at least maybe, 6 to 10 comments of people that are saying, keep them away from Marcus, stay away from Marcus. And I'm just like, me? Why? Stay away from me. Why? Okay. What exactly did I do to Josias, or what did I do, period, that all these people are, keep him away from Marcus. You saved him and all this other stuff. Is like, saved him from what? Okay. For one, look, if y'all want me to really spill my thoughts on that, I will, but I'm gonna keep it there for now. I'm gonna keep it there for now because it's so ridiculous. Okay, it's so completely ridiculous. Okay, it's like, how do you end up blaming me? What's up, buddy? Must have been a quick nap. Yeah, we're gonna put you in. We'll put you over here. This looks like slightly more comfortable. I love you so much. Okay? Good? Come on, I want you with me. I don't even want you to lay down. I want you with me. I'm obsessed. Come on. You come with me, even if you're gonna nap. All right? You come with me, buddy. I need to hear you, hold you, and smell you. Okay? We need to know each other at the cellular level. You need to be able to feel when daddy's coming around. All right. When you're a teenager and you think that you're gonna do something crazy, you need to feel it in your spirit that your daddy is right around the corner. And you bet not do that crazy thing. Yeah, you need to know at a cellular level. You need to know what your daddy's thinking. You need to know that, hey, I can't just get away with anything. We got masculine structure over here. Okay? So we gonna be familiar with each other. I was the first voice you heard, buddy. As soon as you came out, I was the first voice you heard. Okay? Yep. And daddy loves you. Okay? So I would let you nap, but I'm gonna have you nap in my arms because I just love you. All right. Anyway. All right. Right, Golden saved him how? He was in jail facing prison time for a crime. It was dismissed because the victim didn't come forward. However, there is no statute of limitations. It will forever haunt him. You know, okay, so put an M in the chat if y'all want me to go full messy and really kind of tell you what I think about that situation, right? And then, if you think that I should just chill, put a C in the chat. All right. All right. Of course, y'all. I know y'all. I know how y'all are. I know how y'all are. I know how y'all are, man. Okay. 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 So because it's like, okay. All right. We're gonna have plain talk, okay? So you mean to tell me that, okay, you meet this young man, you meet him basically from watching him on my channel. Awesome. Okay, y'all link up, everything else. Great. You see all the different stuff that he gets into, right? As far as the ladies and everything else, no problem. He's a player, he's young, handsome guy, he's gonna do his thing, right? But then you see, then you see the bisexual stuff, right? And like this generation of younger ladies, they don't mind it, I guess, man, or they will look past that bisexual stuff because, to me, that would have been like where you maybe want to exit stage left type deal, right? Get off the train tracks. But you didn't. So it's like, okay, great, cool. Then, y'all are together when he's up there and everything else. And I don't know if they were broken up when the incident happened or whatever, but I don't think they were, right? I'm pretty sure that they were still together. They was just long distance. And he gets arrested for R-wording older white lady, right? And somehow in the midst of that, because again, everything was cool up until that point. Me and Josiah was in a great place. He was calling me every other day and telling me about this and that. Okay. So you mean to tell me that happens and you stay by his side, great, which is a great thing. I love that. I think it helped him to stay in a good place while he was locked up and everything else. Even though he wasn't in a great place when he was locked up, he kept getting in trouble, getting into fights, had to go to the mental hospital, and that's where he spent the majority of his, time or whatever. So it's just like, how is it that I become the bad guy and all that when you clearly seem to be, honestly, even though what we see, it seems as though you're good for him, you clearly seem to be kind of like you give more predator vibes than I do. Because why would you chase this young man down that you're a couple years older than, that we know gets a disability check for mental illness? You chase him down. You're with him and everything else. And the very platform that you discovered him on and that you found him on, you somehow turn me into the villain. It's weird, man. It's totally weird. And then nobody can articulate what it is that makes me the villain. But there's tons of people that will upvote the comment and do all that stuff. It's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Why am I the bad guy? You know what I'm saying? And again, this just ties into what I was just saying about Cam. It's like, okay, the family loved me when I was their only point of contact, right? They loved me when, like for instance, okay, let me do I have Facebook? I don't think I have Facebook on this computer. Else I would share my screen and I would go to Facebook, and I would show you James Sharp Jr. or Senior or whatever. I think his name is James Sharp Jr. rather. I'm not sure. It's one of them. James Sharp Jr. I believe. And I will show you where in January of 2022, he had some type of post on Facebook where it just seemed like everything was all good. Like everything was all great. And when you go back and look at the timeline, his son was missing. His son was down here in Atlanta at that point. And, they were out of contact, right? He got in touch with me probably about a few weeks into Josiah's becoming popular on the channel. And it's like, what were you doing prior to that? Right? Did like how much effort were you giving towards coming down to Atlanta and trying to find him? Or were you just up there living your life? Right? So we're gonna call shit out for what it is. Like, you're not gonna say and make me to be the bad guy when the truth is that y'all wasn't really caring. You didn't care until there was a spotlight on it. And then when there was a spotlight on it, I could see that you cared. And so as a fellow dad, as a fellow black man, of course, I helped you to set it up so that you could, one, talk to your son, because at the time he was claiming that you were dead. Claiming that you were dead. So I set it up so that, one, you could talk to him, and eventually so that you would come down here and get him. I was instrumental in convincing him to go back home with you. I dare say that if I wasn't in the mix that day, and if I wasn't trying to convince him to go back up to Ohio, that he would not have went. He would have stayed down here because he was dead set on not going. Okay. And so, we get him up there. Everything's all good. I'm thinking story's over. Hey, it was a great thing. I helped to get him back up there. That's a brother for life, right? That's a brother for life, right? Me and James, we're going to be good for life because I helped him to get his son back. Okay. Well, fast forward to the beginning of the next summer. Okay. And I randomly am riding down the street and I see freaking Josiah's, right? So of course I'm shocked, but if y'all would have seen, like, you would have thought like we was long lost family members. The hug that me and Josiah gave each other. Okay. And by the way, I find it totally weird for anybody to suggest that I had any type of sexual dealings or anything like that with any man, let alone Josiah's, right? I'm not gay. I don't have any homosexual anything in me. Have never done anything gay. So y'all can put all that to rest, but I don't have to address it every time somebody says it. But since we're talking about Josiah's, I'll go ahead and throw that out there as well, right? To me, you say more about you when you make claims like that than you say about me. Like, just as a side note, as a man, like I can't imagine like I'm hanging around with me and my homies, right? Me and my fellas. And we're sitting there talking about how we think some dude is gay. It's just not a topic of discussion that like men have. Like, we don't talk about gay shit for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we think somebody gay, well, we might think they're gay or whatever. All right, you might think they're gay, but okay. It ain't necessarily nothing to talk about. It ain't like we're going to be sitting around gossiping like, man, I think he gay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that to me is gay. Like, that's just real feminine kind of energy. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so that's for anybody that be saying that. But yeah, so he comes back down here. Me and Josiah have the biggest hug ever, right? Because it's just like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? I think, Josiah saw me as like a real big bro, real kind of safe space, a person that he could talk to and that would listen, right? And so that second summer was just, what can I say? Content gold, content gold. It was literally me saying, okay, well, if he's back down here, it's God's plan because I sent him back home. And so now that he's back down here, whatever the shenanigans are, that's what it is. It's up. It's up and it's stuck, right? So it was a wild summer. It was a wild summer. And Josiah's was Josiahson to the max. To the max. Okay. And so that's not my fault. That's not my fault. That's not me taking advantage of him. That's not me doing anything. And I'm gonna tell y'all another fact. Another fact is that Josiah's never ever had a consistent cell phone. Never had a consistent cell phone. So if you know that there's no way that I could have planned or plotted or said, hey, meet me here, meet me there. Nope. 99% of the time that you guys saw Josiah's, it was 100% organic. It was me running into him. Now, there may have been a time or two where I was maybe riding around looking for him because I knew that I wanted to do an interview. But for the most part, it was me running into him being outside, me being outside, and we're in the same area and we run into each other. Okay? So it's not like I was chasing him down to do videos or anything like that. And of course, like a lot of people, every time he saw me, he wanted to do an interview. So it's not even like every time he saw me, he was like, yeah, I don't want to do no interview. I'm good today. Like, no, there were times where I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to do an interview. Like, there was so many interviews that y'all didn't see with Josiah's because I didn't do it. There's probably at least 2 or 3 in my phone that never got aired because we didn't really talk about much. Okay? So for anybody to suggest that I was taking advantage of him or act like I was chasing him down for interviews or anything like that, it's just completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. Okay? Now I saw someone else say, and they were completely wrong. What did they say? I took him up to the white people's house. Obviously, you don't follow the story. Okay? Who wants to tell me how Josiah ended up at the white people's house? Okay, and by the way, let me see if I can post this link because if anybody wants to come up, you can definitely do so. Okay. All right, let me post this link or whatever. Okay. Exactly, QB. Exactly, everybody. Exactly. Okay, so he got up to the white people's house because he met them on the Greyhound bus. Okay, you want to know how he got on the Greyhound bus or why he was on the Greyhound bus? It was because I was sending him back home. You want to know why I was sending him back home? Because he was doing a lot of dumb shit out here in the streets, and that shit was about to catch up with him. Is any of that my fault? Of course it's not. Should I be lauded for, saying, hey, you need to get on back home? I don't need to be completely praised for it, but you can acknowledge that I'm the one that said, hey, you need to take your ass back home because you end up in jail or dead. You want to know how he got back home? I initially paid for it. Now, I think that this particular time with the Greyhound, I think that the grandfather reimbursed me. Okay? The grandfather reimbursed me, but still, I put my money on the line. I'm the one that paid for the ticket. Okay? And instead of him ending up back home, he ended up meeting these folks, ended up back at their house. Okay? Now, how do we end up seeing that content? I don't live in Woodstock. Them folks didn't know me. Okay? But you know who did know me? Josiah's. And you know even in this day of, um, you know, I'm from the 80s, right? So when it came to phone numbers back then, we had to memorize, not rememorize. We had to memorize phone numbers. We had to remember people's phone numbers, right? Um, because most people didn't have like a walk around with like a contact book or anything like that. If you got like a girl's number, you might write it on your hand, or you write it on a napkin, stuff like that, right? um so we would have to memorize numbers back then. That's not really a thing that people do these days, because most of the time we just save the number in our device, right? So when someone does remember someone's number, that must be someone that they have to reach out to frequently. Okay. What did this just say? Didn't one of them pass away? Yeah, the husband that passed away. R.I.P. to Anthony. Okay. And so when Josias got with these folks, he called me from their phone. Now, Josias, who gets a check for mental illness, and if you ask him sometimes something about this that may have happened yesterday, he may not remember, or he may have forgotten, or he may not be thinking about it, whatever. That Josias remembered my number. He remembered my number. So without him having it saved anywhere, it was burned in his memory. Okay. And so he called me up there to pick him up and bring him back to the city. That's how we ended up with that video. And this is just for the person that wrote that comment. I think that the video on Josiah's Ebony page is, like I say, the one where they're opening Christmas gifts, and it's maybe like 13 days old or something like that. Okay. That's how we ended up there. I didn't bring him up there. He got there because of his own actions and because of the actions with the white folks, with the couple. And I was up there to pick him up because I was the only person whose number he remembered and that he knew would actually be there in his time of need. So he needed to be picked up. I was there to pick him up. Okay. And so, that's just for anybody that's, under the impression that I was using Josiah so that, I set this stuff up, or I set this content up, or I set it up with the white folks. I ain't do none of that. All I did was, try to help the kid. Of course, the content is good content. So of course that's going to do what it do. But yeah, like, stop trying to make me out to be like the bad guy when it comes to Josiah. I don't get it. And I don't understand why there's so many people that agree with those comments. And just to be honest with you, I don't ask people to defend me in comment sections and things like that, but it is something that I notice is like, and I get it. I don't want my people arguing with these folks in comment sections. So I get it. And I don't need you to. You don't have to defend me, but it is something worth noting. It's like nobody ever really comes and be like, no, that's not how it happened. He ended up linking up with them folks in the Greyhound bus. That's how he ended up with them. Okay, so I don't understand why there aren't more people, or at least just some people, that'll come in the same comment section and correct that. Okay. Marcus, what is he doing with Ebony? I thought Ebony and James broke up. No, his girlfriend Ebony. So both of their girlfriends are named Ebony. Okay. And so, yeah. And Love So True, let me tell you, I appreciate it. I love you for it. She says that I will from now on. I don't want you to stress yourself out. So like, if you respond to it, correct the record, but then maybe not go back and forth, right? Because we know how comment sections could get. You could get deep off in the weeds, going back and forth, responding to all these folks. I don't want you to do that per se, because it's whatever. But when it's like a blatant, obvious lie, and you see that it's getting like a lot of upvotes, a lot of people agreeing with it, I wouldn't mind if you pop in and just say, actually ended up because this, that, and the third, and that's that. And you don't have to go back and forth with them, But yeah, I mean, because it's just, because when people then, let's say that people who like weren't around back then, or people who are, newer to my channel, or people who are just getting familiar with the whole Josiah storyline, they just came to the channel, they binge watched the stuff, so they're caught up a little bit, but they wasn't there when it happened type deal. they'll see those comments on their page, Josiah's Ebony page, and they don't have the context to be able to say, oh, that's just bullshit. So I like it when they can at least see someone rebutting that comment and saying, no, it actually happened like that. Okay. Let's see. Did Ebony and James really break up? I'm not sure. I don't really keep up with James and whatever he's got going on in life. No, Anthony, listen, Raquel, we're going to call it out. Anthony 100% felt like he was great by Josiah. Now, he didn't say that word, so we can't say that. But obviously, definitely a baby shower. Listen, I've been slacking on getting it planned, but I promise you I'm going to plan it because I've had at least 10 people ask me about it off of YouTube. And I know that people in my real life have been asking me about it too. Okay? So I'll definitely make sure that I do that. But Anthony definitely felt uncomfortable with what Josiah did. Let's just say it like that. He didn't verbally tell him to stop, I believe. But, we all saw the interview, right? And if you're new here, you don't quite know what we're talking about, go back, type in Josiah's Atlantic Street interviews, and it'll probably be one of the first interviews to come up. Okay, it'll probably be one of the first interviews to come up. Okay, so, and like I say, RP to Anthony. But it just goes to show you as well, right? Folks and like I said, I'll let people lie. I'll let people tell me a lie, especially if I can't prove them wrong on the spot. I'll let them tell me a lie because it just builds it up. It builds the juice up so that when we do get the truth, it makes it a little bit juicier. In this case, what I'm talking about is, basically them doing drugs. Right? Josiah was obviously on drugs at the time. So, it's not like they were going to have him over there and he's a drug addict and he's doing drugs and they're not doing drugs too. Okay. So unfortunately, that drug usage is what led to Anthony's passing. All right. So, and again, I didn't bring the drugs. I didn't buy the drugs. I didn't do any of that. So I just be trying to figure out how exactly do I become the bad guy? Can anyone answer that question for me? Okay. Can anyone answer that question for me? RP Anthony, oh no, what did I miss? See, that's what I'm saying. Delicious said the same thing. So listen, a lot of people come to my channel over time, right? And so there's people that have been here for the last 3-4 years, and there's people that just got here a few months ago. And so, the people that have been here that just got here a few months ago, this is all kind of newish to them, right? But slacking on your pumping, what you mean? You mean my pimping? I don't know what you mean. Bro, been there for a while. This happened about what? Probably almost 2 years ago at this point. Maybe not. I don't know. It was the summer of 2023 when all the stuff was happening. And I want to say maybe almost 2 years ago. It's maybe like winter of 2024, late winter. So maybe in like January, February, I think is when I got that call from the wife, Ashlyn. Somebody said, how is Gabby? So Gabby, somebody sent me a mugshot of Gabby. Okay, somebody sent me a mugshot of Gabby. So that's wild, Tiffany, that James and Ebony broke up. They've been together so long, as Golden just wrote out. But anyway, Gabby is currently in just county jail in Muskogee County. It looks like it's just for a probation violation. So it's not like something super, salacious or anything like that. But funny that you asked, because that's exactly what the deal is with Gabby is, somebody sent me that like 2 days ago. So shout out to you if you're in the chat, sent me that. That was like, whoa, okay, that is Gabby. But yeah, she's in jail right now. This is the first time I interacted, but I've been in the bushes. Okay, baddie. All right, CWC baddie. I love it. All right. I don't believe the couple took advantage of Josiah's. Believe it was the other way around. If you want the interview, if you watch the interview, you can clearly see. I'll say that all of them got a check. All of them received a check for disability. So I'll just say that maybe that there was no no one took advantage of anybody. They were all kind of on the same level and just doing what they do, right? So maybe Josiah's was maybe a little more aggressive when it came to maybe some of the sex stuff, but obviously they liked a good portion of it because, I mean, we saw what they were saying, I mean, um, you know, Anthony obviously liked the fact that she was squirting and doing all that stuff. Um, and, whatever else they were saying. So, I wouldn't say that anybody was really taken advantage of. Okay. You say the couple seem autistic and deeper on the spectrum. And she's saying that to Sheila. Mm, again, I don't know. I mean, everybody can maybe, everybody's got their opinion. I would say that because I'm not as familiar, I'm not like an expert on different spectrum levels when it comes to mental disability. I'll just say that they all get a check. So therefore, I kind of see it as like they're kind of all, on the same level type deal. Okay. So, yep. Yeah, the couple said they were both autistic. Yep. Yeah, like I say, I agree. I think that it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. The neighbor was definitely watching. They were high functioning, right? So that's why I say, like, I'm not an expert, so I don't have to deep dive on it. I just know that you know, they all got a check, and so they were all kind of somewhere on the spectrum. Look, we all know to get this week check, you really have to prove to get that check. Exactly. They ain't letting the scammers get these checks. You know what I'm saying? They all enjoyed the bedroom part for the most part, but Josiah's about to take over their home. He was doing the most. Yeah, I think that's okay. So I think that's what y'all are talking about when y'all say kind of take advantages. Just that, like, Josiah's was maybe like just the more aggressive one, just period. Like they had fun with sex, but just period. Just like being in the house, taking over the house, whatever. People really don't like when I bring up the smell, but I'm telling y'all, the smell, it was just repugnant. It was so strong. So there was a lot going on with them. I honestly don't know how the neighbor was able to live there. Okay, like let's just Anyway, all right. So let's keep moving. All right. So if anybody has any thoughts about the whole Josiah situation, you can hit the link. Come on up. All right. Where's Polo? Polo's up in Cincinnati. He might be a little mad at me. I don't know. Last time we talked, I think everything was cool or whatever. He was actually set to come back down here, and then he ended up like missing. Like he was supposed to come down here with Summer. That's what it was. So he called me with Summer was on the other line, and because they talk frequently. So, he basically called me, and he was like, "Hey, man, I was trying to get down there, but something happened to where he like missed the bus or something like that." Summer ended up down there, but I'm just gonna give y'all the truth, right? I'm like, just give y'all the truth, okay? So basically, what he said was that Summer was down there, but she was up in Boston, and that they were talking, and she was sounding sober, and everything was great, and she was sending pictures, and she was looking just like the supermodel Summer that we know when she, is sober and looks good and everything else. And so he was really excited to meet with her in Atlanta, and they was going to kind of link up and survive together and do their thing, right? And so, long story short, he ended up missing the bus. She got down there, I guess, got right back into the old habits, and literally by the time that he was talking to her and she was on the phone, she sounded completely drugged out. Completely drugged out. Okay. And, so he knew like, okay, this isn't the same, Summer I was just talking to, just like a few days ago. And so long story short, they asked me to like cash app them, or no, I guess I get a Uber from wherever she was to wherever she wanted to go to. I got the Uber. It was like $12. It wasn't a big deal, but it was like, all right, man, like, look, like when things start to feel like a little draining, I don't mind backing off. So when it comes to certain situations, if I start to feel like it's draining me more than it's benefiting me, I'll back off. You know what I'm saying? So for instance, with y'all ask about Quita or whatever, starting to feel a little draining, right? So I'm just gonna kind of back off a little bit. That doesn't mean we don't still have some business to take care of. I still gotta help her with her paperwork for the channel, and my name is still on two of her bonds. So after like I had to send her the information for the bond company today, and stuff like that. And it doesn't mean that you won't ever see her on the channel again, but it does mean that we're just gonna kind of ease off the gas, and just let things kind of settle, right? That's kind of how I do. So that was definitely the situation with whoever I was talking about. Anyway, alrighty. Okay, guys. So y'all tell me, what is it that y'all want to discuss? What do y'all have questions about? Do we want to just sit here and look at Max, or what is it that's going on? All right. Hold on. Get that out the way. All right, y'all tell me because I'm just sitting here yapping and chatting and doing all that stuff. But y'all tell me. Okay, I finished though. So with Polo, he called me. That happened, and after that, I was like, all right. And I think after that is when Kat was like, can you want me to tell you what this dude just sent me? And so she told me what he sent, and we had a good laugh about it or whatever. But I was like, well, I'm gonna talk about this on YouTube, or whatever. So, the fact that I said something about it, he may feel a different type of way. I don't know. All right. You say, do I still have my Jeep? I sure do. All right. Who is the baby? This is Max. This is my firstborn son. Okay, this is my firstborn son. All right. So, Black Hammer updates. I don't think I have any Black Hammer updates other than the Black Hammer case was dismissed. So the RICO that they had out against the leader of Black Hammer, I forget his name. So that, you got to connect your device, four-way trouble. Okay, there you go. Looks like you connected it. And just do me a favor, just kind of pop on camera real quick, just so I could make sure you're a person and you're not going to try to P-bomb the chat or nothing like that. Let's see. Yeah, just see you real quick. Like, you have to show me like, any specifics or nothing. But just kind of, there you go. Okay, cool beans. All right, I got you. I'm not going to, P-bomb the chat. We're good. What's going on, brother? Can you hear me?
What up, Mark?
What's happening?
Yo, it's echoing a little bit.
You say what?
It's echoing a little bit.
I can't hear you, brother.
It's echoing a little bit.
It's probably because you have StreamYard and YouTube.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you. We can hear you. But you got to close YouTube when you open up StreamYard. A lot of times you got to close YouTube. So, because if you have both of them open, it'll provide like a little echo.
Hold on.
Okay. So while he's trying to figure that out, I'll keep talking. No, go ahead, figure it out, brother. You let me know. All right, cool. So I'm sure he'll get it together. How is the BM doing? She's doing great, So say his phone got the flu. Hey man, hopefully he comes back and it's a little more clear, right? But yeah, so the long and short of it is that Polo may be a little mad, a little frustrated. I don't know. He tends to not be the type that'll really hold a grudge or nothing, so I'm sure he'll be fine. But he may be a little frustrated with the fact that I divulged that Kat sent him. I mean, that he sent Kat, the drunk text. We'll just say it like that, or whatever. So it is what it is, right? But we'll see the folks. Listen, I don't press when it comes to stuff like that, right? Like I told y'all earlier, if you wasn't here, we actually may see someone that y'all haven't seen in a couple years. That was a big part of the storylines on the channel. We may see that person in a few hours. We'll see. We'll see if they call me and tell me they're in town. But yep. So this person, Tashay, or no, not Tashay, Tashima. My bad. Tashima says, Marcus, I remember when Chris stole out of your truck. See, that's a day one. That's a day one. You've been here. You've been here since a long time. So shout out to Chris, right? We've definitely come a long way. And how's your oldest daughter's workouts going? They're going well. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her, man. She is doing it by herself without anybody, forcing her, encouraging her, anything like that. Okay. But yeah, Tashima, I definitely want to talk about that because, and I still loved on him. And that's the point is like, a lot of people would have been like, oh, I'm cutting you off forever. You stole from me, you steal from me, I cut you off forever. But let's talk about it. One, that doesn't give people a chance to kind of redeem themselves, evolve and grow, especially when they're still in those evolution ages of life, right? So you're 19 years old, you're still growing, you may make mistakes. As adults, we kind of got to know that and be able to give it a little bit of, leeway. But let's look at it from a logical perspective, right? Imagine had I cut, why does Kenola have such high disdain for you? I don't know. We can talk about it in a second, but let me finish this real quick. Imagine had I cut Chris off because he stole from me that time. I would probably be out somewhere around the tune of maybe $15,000 in Chris interviews that would have never happened that ended up happening. Okay. And at one point were, consistently 40,000 views plus, right? So consistently, well above average in views. Imagine had I missed out on all that. Okay. Because I was being too rigid and not giving people a little bit of leeway, a little bit of grace and mercy, the same grace and mercy that we ask for when we F up. Okay. So yeah, it's important. It's important to do things, and it's important because there's a lot of levels when it comes to things. So there's a human level to say, hey, allow people to grow, give grace and mercy, just like God gives you. But then on a just purely logical level, hey, you might miss out on your blessing trying to be too rigid with people. Okay. All right. So hold on real quick. Let's see what this four-way trouble guy has to add to the conversation. What you got going on, man?
Yo, Mark.
What's happening?
Man, I've been into your show for a little over a year now. I just got to say, I'm from Atlanta. I'm from the South Side. I'm from College Park. But I love what you doing. Yeah. I love what you doing for the city, man. Keep it up, man. I love what you doing for the people. You showing you showing good spirits. I like that about you, Mark.
I appreciate it, man. Because we got a particular discussion going on, I'm gonna keep the discussion moving. But big salute to you, man, and I appreciate the words. All right.
Oh, yo, but I just came to ask, what happened to that the dark girl from Savannah that supposed to go to the C. Wilco show?
Okay, Jasmine. I heard from her like a couple times after that, and then didn't really hear from her again. So I'm just gonna assume that she's doing well enough and that things are going fine, right? So I'm gonna assume that.
No, now I'm talking about the other one that said that her stepdaddy did what he did to her. You talking about the one from the blood from Simpson Road, the one that you had her family from Adam Temple.
Okay. You talking about the one that had like the hair, the kind of mop looking hair thing on her head or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a super powerful video. Probably one of the last videos I had that crossed 100,000. That was back this summer. So that video, I have not seen her since that video. And you can best believe, Adrian, man, shout you out, Adrian Davis, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you, man. Salute to you back, King. All right. But yeah, I've been looking for that lady, man. I have not found her. I'm assuming that she had such a powerful story. Somebody probably came along and helped her out. Like I might see her months from now. She may run up. I might not even recognize her. She may run up, give me a big hug, and be like, "Oh my God, let me tell you about how everything went after the interview." And so, whenever I do get that update, I'll let y'all know.
Okay, Mark. I'm gonna let you go back to your thing, but I'm gonna let you know. Be here you with this name, man, cause you gonna run into me in real life. We gotta do some business together.
Let's do it. You run into me, man. Let's throw the deuces, chop it up. We're gonna make it happen. All right.
I bet.
Yes, sir. All right. All righty. What happened to Montez? I haven't heard from Montez. I haven't heard from Montez. Now the last thing I did hear, he was frustrated because I guess I was, working with Quita, helping her get her YouTube channel together, and he was, I guess, frustrated that I didn't put that much effort in it, helping him get his YouTube channel together, and which is just crazy. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I'm not obligated to help everybody to the same level, but if I helped you at all, that should be amazing. That should be awesome, right? Like it shouldn't be a thing to where I help you. Let's say that I give you $5, right? Great, I gave you $5. You're extremely happy about it, right? But then a few months later, you see me give someone $20. Why does that then make you mad about the $5 I gave you? It's still five more dollars than what you had. Why would that make you upset? Why would that make you feel away? Because you saw I gave someone else $20? That's ridiculous. You don't know what that person, was doing, or this or that or whatever. So I don't know. I think he went to go visit his mom and stuff like that. But I think I saw something where he was frustrated about that. So and then someone said something about Ruby. So I was trying to keep it kind of under wraps, but Ruby is the person I was talking about when I was just saying a few minutes ago that we may get to see someone that we haven't seen in a couple of years. So Ruby had a lot going on over the last couple of years. She's going to detail it in the interview if we end up linking up. But she called me earlier today, said that she was in Macon and that she was on the way to Atlanta. And so we'll see if she makes it. All right, we shall see. We shall see. But yep, hopefully you guys get to see Ruby and that whole deal. She'll get to catch you up on everything. So look, Miss Duns, you are psychic. You are psychic. All right. So hopefully you'll get to see Ruby today. So that'd be awesome, right? The slim pretty girl was fine. Which one you talking about, Greg? Which one you talking about? While he writes that in. So someone had asked me, why does the guy from New Orleans, why does he have such high disdain for me? I would like someone who's in the street sector, who anybody who pays like attention to that stuff, I would like someone to come up and answer that for me because I have no clue. Okay. Obviously, we can speculate that it's like, okay, well, he was linked with he was linked with Sonny or whatever. Let me see. Okay, cool. He was linked with Sonny, so maybe it's like a little bit of jealousy because I was with Sonny before he was or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's something, I don't know what him and Sonny's conversations was like. So maybe there were certain points where she would bring me up, or maybe he would get frustrated when she kind of fixates on me on YouTube or was still bringing my name up and things like that. Let's see. Who knows? Okay, so if anybody can, give me an idea, I would love to know. Okay, I would love to know. All right, because other than that, why would you be so fixated on somebody that you don't know, never met, this and that and the third? It's just totally ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous, and it's been like by the time April comes, it will have been like 2 years. 2 years. Okay. And so yeah, it's totally weird. And again, like we don't know each other. Right. So it's like, all right, I get it. But dude, I don't know you. It's weird. You're a weirdo. And then here's the thing. When I was actually in his city, he came in my chat. He was like, I'm actually a normal guy, man. We should link up. So, okay, cool. Let's link up. Of course he didn't link up. Okay, so it's totally weird. It's like, all right, dude, like get off my dick. Like, are you gay? Like, what is going on? And like, you said out your mouth that you don't believe the stuff that she said about me. When you were mad at her, right? You said that you don't really believe that stuff. And it's obvious that she's lying because she kept on coming back after me. She kept asking me to do things. And now another thing, he may be, feeling the way because like they were together for several months when she asked me to do the reality show with her as her boyfriend. So she wanted me to go to the reality show, the wheelchair reality show, right? And I was going to be her romantic interest. Okay, so I think that a lot of guys um, harbor a level of jealousy towards me just based on my visibility on YouTube and based on the fact that other people love me, right? So it's not like they have anything that they can pinpoint to be personally mad at me about, but the very fact that I get love from other people like really ticks them off, especially if they feel like there's something that people should be like mad at me about or should feel outraged about. And if they don't see that people are having that reaction, then they just get pissed. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. Sunny was thirsty. Period. Would you help Sunny again after everything? Um, in possibly in certain ways. In certain ways, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. Okay, y'all want y'all want to be 100% honest. Okay, put a S in the chat if you want me to be honest. Oh, look, there goes solid Sunny right there. So okay, so let's go on with it, right? So I'll be honest with you. Just this past Saturday, just this Saturday, my daughter was meeting some of her friends up in Lawrenceville. Okay, she was meeting some of her friends up in Lawrenceville. My 14-year-old, right? There's this place called Poquito. It's like a trampoline park, but apparently a lot of teenagers go there to hang out, whatever. And she was only going to be there for like 2.5 hours. So it didn't really make any sense for me to like take her all the way up there and then go back home and then come back up, within that time period. So I ain't gonna lie, there was a part of me, God swear to God, there was a part of me that was like, you know what? If I had Sunny's number, I would call her right now and I would pull up on her. And nothing for YouTube, but I would just have a discussion with her and see if we could figure out whatever it is that is the issue. Because I don't really have an issue other than what she said about our first encounter, right? And so, it's like, hey man, y'all know me. I'm live and let live. I'm the type that I know a lot of people be want me like hold grudges and stuff like that. It just I do what feels good in my spirit. So if I feel like staying away from somebody and that's what feels good in my spirit, I'll stay away. But time heals all wounds. There's no like unless you like murder a family member of mine or something like that, it's never going to be a deal to where it's like, oh my God. Yes, who is it? What is the password? Okay, and do you have an entrance fee? You don't have an entrance fee?
Why is your gun just sitting?
Hey, I'm on live. I'm on live. I was doing something with it before I got on live. I'll put it up in a second, okay? Okay? It's not loaded. Okay, so all right. Y'all know who that is. All right. My two bosses. All right, my two bosses. So anyway, what I was saying was that yeah, you know, I was considering doing that. Like if I'd have had a number, I'd have called and seen if that's something that we could have, I'm saying, figured out or whatever. I know that she enjoys, some of the stuff I had on me, so that probably would have been, a cool deal or whatever. Okay. I agree with that too, Golden. You could forgive, but sometimes you just gotta leave people where they at. Never allow them back in their space. I agree with that too. I agree with that too. I guess I just kind of I don't know, like in life, I've received, hey girls, all right, come on over here.
Yeah, you ate her. She wanted that pasta.
Wait, did I eat your pasta?
Did you throw it away?
No. Oh, I did throw it away. I didn't know that you. I mean, why'd you put it in the bag?
There was rectangular.
Are you good? You got tears in your eyes? What you got going on?
No, she just had a bad day.
A bad day? What happened?
It was just not a good day.
And I had a test and you honestly.
You know what? I had a good day.
Oh my gosh. You're so.
Sugars for the
I
good
have to
day.
go get a book first for my class. For literature.
I have to go get food because I'm hungry and tired.
All right, we'll go. Y'all go.
Okay, do we have money? We'll be back probably. Well, of course we'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Let me.
I am very tired.
Wow, this is. Oh my god. What's it called? Do we make any money last month, or are we still broke?
Money was made, but money was spent.
Oh, I know. I just.
I mean,
want to know how
I'll
much we
pay.
made.
I'll pay y'all whatever it is. Last month, I think it was maybe like. It wasn't much. It's probably like
Yeah.
$150 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
that
I have
tracks.
120 bucks in my iPad.
You say
We
what?
should post more.
I have 120 bucks in my iPad.
Yeah. Well, you owe me $120, so
No.
I need you to go ahead and send that on over if you don't mind.
Actually,
Okay.
it's from Nana.
It's from
It
Nana.
is from Nana.
Well, that's my mom's. Y'all need to tighten me up.
Oh, it's like a fisheye-ish. That's why it looks so weird in the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Fisheye camera, cam or whatever. All right. So y'all are good. Y'all should be able to
That
go.
looks
And
so good.
you do, Mookie. You're beautiful.
Thank you, Daddy.
Oh my gosh, I saw the suns, but the suns didn't see me.
They didn't see you.
No, because I was on a buzz. It's fine, because we're going to walk home tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Tell me why. Okay. I say happy birthday to it says, this is so wrong. He said appreciate it. Family.
Oof.
Literally.
Brutal. That's
so
brutal. That's brutal. That's brutal.
Daddy, did I tell you about the time I got called Big Dog?
Oh no.
Oh my God, yeah.
This was
No,
recent?
worse.
No, it's too last.
Okay. I thought
But
you.
it's just like we've been
Probably did tell
debating
me
which
that.
one is worse, like big dog or family. I
I
feel
feel
like
like family is worse.
Yeah.
But
Nah, Big Dog.
Honestly,
Nah,
like,
Big Dog
like,
is way worse.
No chance.
No, Big Dog is
Family is like
Nah, Big Dog is you're definitely in the friend zone.
Like,
Family is like family can be because like they might be around people. They might be like, all right, family, but then or they may know like a certain person within earshot. They may not just want to give away their
well,
position.
no, it was
No,
on
it's on
iMessage
text.
though.
Oh, it's on
iMessage,
text?
It was on Instagram.
Oh yeah, this bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Family was IRL though. Like not family. What's it called? Big Dog. He's like, all right, Big Dog.
Let me tell you something. It's okay. Let me tell you something. They're gonna eat those words in just 6 months, a year, something like that. They're gonna eat those words because you're gonna be the stock that you're gonna have is gonna put you in a place to where the men that they'll be competing with, they won't be able to compete with. The young men or whoever that they'll be competing with, they won't be able to compete with. So they're gonna wish that they could have had you. They're gonna wish that you could have been, you know what I'm saying, their girl or this that. So you'll be fine. You know.
Does it say
What's up, little bro? Hey, little bro. All right.
Oh, he looks so black every day.
Yeah, he's getting that he's getting that good melanin, man. He's gonna be a little chocolate king like his dad. All right. All right. Y'all going.
Yeah,
It was so cute.
Okay.
Past
I'm gonna get back to my
I'm
I'm gonna get back to my chat. if y'all
Are
don't
you
mind.
telling us to go away?
Well, I'm
Okay,
telling y'all that I'm
bye,
gonna get back to
chat,
the
Are
chat.
you saying that you hate us?
Why don't you put it on the?
Because
It
the
doesn't
no, the
go.
audio was going in and out.
Oh, is there a microphone here?
There's a microphone with the webcam. So for whatever reason, the audio was kind of going in and out. So
OMG, Daddy,
Alright.
I was solicited by one of the hood guys in my class. Like he was like, kill.
and so how did that make you feel?
You can't
I was
say
like,
that.
okay.
Right, but judging by your body language, you
No,
really
I mean I think he's attractive, but I know what he is. So
well. But
I-
see, so here's the thing. Let me give y'all some game, and I've said this before. I'll say it on camera, right? So the issue becomes that the more kind of what we consider hood guys tend to be the ones that have the most confidence.
Yeah.
And confidence is attractive to women.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't mistake your attraction to their confidence as your attraction to them per se.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, based off looks, like, he's a good-looking guy, but also, like, I know who he is.
They messed up my course.
I
You
know
knowing-
what you are.
You knowing what he is though may also be something that secretly turns you on.
They messed up my courses,
No?
Daddy.
No,
Okay, I
he's
hope
like,
not.
but I don't like.
You gonna interrupt her
Sorry.
conversation? That's rude.
I just feel like this is really important.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well,
They
said
messed
they
up
were
my
gonna
courses.
get
I
her-
thought I was gonna get 3 APs.
Hashtag good dad.
I'm only getting 2.
Okay, well,
Cause
that's
listen, they put that my next course is AP
I
cybersecurity,
feel like we can talk
but
about
I'm
this
not
later.
supposed to have that till
yeah.
junior
This
year.
isn't. We can definitely have a discussion later. 'Cause I'm on live, baby.
Okay, all right. Let me get these.
Mm-hmm.
Bye
All right,
We'll
going.
see
You
you
just
in a
going to the
second.
store, right? All
Yeah.
right, y'all be back.
Well, we're going to Ponce too.
We are.
Yeah.
Mm, well, I was about to say. So you're going Kroger and Potts?
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it, but all right. Well, don't be too long. Okay.
Okay. I guess no backpack. All right. Let's go. See you later.
Mm-hmm. All righty. How do I handle this boy craze? One step at a time. One step at a time. All right. So where was we? Is Sonny still in the chat? Is Sonny still in the chat? Um, you know, um, because I don't mind her being here for sure. And again, like I say, I mean, do they drive now? They Mookie has her permit and she drives. We're teaching her how to drive and everything else. But and she's gotten much better, much better. So I would say she can drive, but we're still not like, oh yeah, here are the keys, Mook, go drive. Like, nah, no. Okay, I prefer her to just walk for right now. All right. Okay, so you say you never talked to your dad about boys. Hey, listen, man, and that's one of the things. That's one of the reasons why I even started the Marcus IRL channel, was just to encourage not just men, but also women, young women, to make sure that the men in the young women's lives are having these types of discussions. Okay, so yeah, all the kids with you today. I see my kids every day. I see my kids every day. All right. I see my kids every day. Okay. Yeah. You're scared for your son to drive. Listen, and it's not so much about like them, it's about these idiots on the road. Okay. Including me sometimes, right? So that's more so what I'm worried about, right? They could be driving perfectly fine and being perfectly, safe and everything else, and then some idiot come along and do something stupid, and that level of anxiety is just, I could feel it right now. So, ooh, all right. Please don't revisit the Sunny chick. She's unstable. Something. And need a lot of therapy. I could definitely agree with that. I was never told about sex. I had to figure it out. Yeah, no, I get it. Warrior. Keep doing that, Marcus. My dad wasn't present, never knew him, and it shows in my relationships. Yep. Are you and Octavius cool? Um, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a problem with most of these folks. I don't know these people. They came to my space and inserted themselves into different areas, right? Octavius, he seems like he's cool. Okay. But I've also observed where he is shady towards me, maybe in times where he thinks that I'm not watching, or in spaces where he may think that, I'm not there or whatever. So I've seen the shade too. So he keeps it cool. He keeps it cordial when we're in the same space or whatever. But we all know what the deal is, guys. It's the same deal with similar enough to Ken, right? Probably a little jealous, especially when these are grown men that like don't earn money. Like that's just foreign to me. That's foreign to me. I mean, I honestly cannot even imagine a life where I would feel comfortable not earning money and not, just handling my man shit. And so it's so funny because they're like mortal enemies. The guy from NOLA and Octavius, they're like mortal enemies, but they're just the same. They're just the same. They are both, jobless, grown men that spend an inordinate amount of time online, specifically on YouTube, specifically in gossip type areas, which to me has already been stated is a lot of LGBTQ and things like that, folks, and they spend like a good majority of their time doing that kind of stuff. So, listen, figure it out if you want to, but yeah, I mean, that to me. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I can tell you that I just do me. I stay in my lane. I put my head down. I work, and every now and again, when I look up, there's somebody that I don't know talking shit about me, or hating on me, or saying all kind of crazy stuff about me, and so it's like, it is what it is. Okay, like I'm not going to spend time trying to figure it out, fight it, or do anything else. But the dude from New Orleans is definitely one of those guys that is a total weirdo to me. Um, and the fact that people kind of excuse it or whatever sometimes makes me look at them a little weird too. But it is what it is. As far as Octavius goes, like I say, I'm pretty sure he was jealous of me from the start, right? You got to remember he met me because Kiki wanted to do an interview with me and did an interview with me. And even from that first interview, was, kind of asking like what I thought about older women and things like that, which, if we're gonna look back on it in hindsight, we can see that, there was maybe a little crush there or some type of energy like that. So he probably picked up on that. He probably picked up on that. So from the jump, he was probably a little jealous. Obviously he was trying to like get in shape at the time, lose weight, different things like that. And so, if you know about me, I used to do bodybuilding. And so, I'm in decent shape and everything else. So between my presence on YouTube, my, I guess what some people would consider handsome uh, face or whatever, and kind of in shape body. There were probably a few points about me that he would maybe feel a pang of jealousy, but couldn't like fully be jealous. You know what I'm saying? That type of deal. All right, but it's no worries. Nene, I get along with everybody. Nene Jones says, "Why can't we all just get along?" I get along. If you don't get along with me, that's on you. That's on you. All right. Because I don't have any smoke, heat, or hate for anybody. Okay. I'm somebody that has been what I consider to be, on some level or another, a winner for most of my life. And so, if you know anything about winners, winners don't want to see people lose because that's just more people that's going to be like wanting to see them lose. How tall am I? I am a short king standing at a staggering height of 5'5". All right. All right, 5'5", but 5'5" with the soul of a 6'0" ninja. You know what I'm saying? All day. All right. Do I ever think I'll get married again? Me and the mother of my teenagers were together for 14 years, but technically we were not married. So if I ever do get married, it will be technically my first time getting married. And I'm not sure if we look at the family law system, it highly discourages men from getting married, especially men who are the breadwinners, right? And so that would be me. He's shorter than Short Dog. I'm definitely not shorter than Short Dog. Shout out to the homie Short Dog. All right, but Short Dog's name is Short Dog for a reason. Okay, so I feel tall when I'm next to Short Dog. Right? I feel tall when I'm next to Short Dog. Okay, all right, but anyway, what was I just saying? Uh, okay, so let me get in the chat right here. Somebody said, "Hey, Allie." Okay, Allie's back. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. If you're not subscribed to Allie, go subscribe. All right, and I hope that nobody else in the sector feels away or feels like I'm giving her preferential treatment. One, I might be because she's in the mastermind, right? So if you know anything about me, you rock with me, I rock with you. Simple street rules, right? You shop with me, I shop with you. Easy, okay? But then besides that, I just think she has good content. She does deep dives on some of the stuff that we talk about here in the sector. And she's kind of got like this, to me, I would describe it as like a mix of like a Southern Baptist preacher and like a Wendy Williams. Like if Wendy Williams was a Southern Baptist preacher that had a Savannah accent and a very clean, aesthetic as well as voice. I would say that's maybe how I would describe Allie. And, I don't know her, We've spoken literally not even, I don't think, a handful of times on the phone. Okay. I think that she's a good content creator. I don't have a crush on her. I don't know her to have a crush on her, anything like that. So, go ahead and get all that speculation out the way. It's literally just what I do with any and everybody, right? Y'all don't know. I've shouted out almost everybody in this sector. Everybody I've shouted out. The one person I've only shouted out the Troy's World guy once because I just became familiar with his channel. And I think I shouted out maybe a week or two ago. So Troy's World is another person that does appreciate that T Trainer. Says she loves this type of lives. Well, I'm just rambling, right? I'm just rambling. I'm just yapping and talking. But Troy's World is another guy that does commentary and does, content on some of the stuff that happens. Specifically, he's been doing a lot of stuff on the Quita story, which he may have to find a new subject now. We'll see. But yeah. Like I've shouted out everybody, right? All the OGs, I've 100% shouted out. And of course the new people, even Granny, right? Granny talks a lot of shit about me, right? She talks a lot of shit about me. And even though she talks a lot of shit about me, I've shouted her channel out. I've told people to go check her out, go hear what she got to say. So it's all love. It be all love of me. Like, listen, if I'm going to win, I'm going to win. It's not really nothing that you can do or she can do or he can do or they can do to stop it. If this guy's plan for me to win, it's nothing that can be done. I'm going to win. All right. And in my heart of hearts, I already know, like, I feel like I've already lived this life before. So I know what happens. And I know that I win. See, y'all don't understand the energy that I walk around with. I walk around the energy like this is a rerun for me. It's a rerun. I've done it. And I know that there's a part of our DNA that's supposed to shut off the memory that we have from other lifetimes. But I believe that a part of that was activated within me at some point, maybe 10 or so years ago. And I've tried to ignore it. But it keeps on revealing itself to me that, no, it's not like, this is for real. Like, I really be like, not just experiencing deja vu, but just kind of knowing what's going to happen sometimes before it happens. It's weird. But anyway, I really do feel like, hey, man, this is a rerun. I may not know exactly the details of what's going to happen, but I know that I win. I know that that's the overall feeling that I'm like, yeah, I won this life several times. So that's kind of the energy that I walk around with. All right. Hold on real quick. My bad. So, okay. So Golden Signature says, well, let me go back real quick. So as a content creator, independent contractor, what are you doing for healthcare coverage? You cover the pay? Yeah, no, just Obamacare. Simple as that. Marcus, what's the tallest woman you would date? Just curious. Some short kings love tall women. I love tall women. But I'm not really available for dating right now. So that being said, though, tallest women I've dated, right, 6'2". I don't think 6'3". 6'2" for sure. 6'2" for sure. I love chopping down trees. Listen, trust me. I'm a tree chopper, and they love me. All right? I'll just leave it at that. Let's see. Granny speaks truth. Y'all can't handle the truth. Yeah, Granny is full of shit. Who said that? Love and Biz. Granny is full of shit. Granny has all of y'all slow folks thinking that she's some former track queen that has all this knowledge or whatever. Meanwhile, she's just sitting her ass in her obvious, low-income trap house looking situation, where she's got these grown kids that she admits ain't shit, right? She admits that her sons, I think, still live at the house with her, and her daughter's like what I would paraphrase is, more masculine than maybe a woman should be. So she admits that stuff, right? So if she admits that she didn't do the greatest job, or she admits that the results from her raising her own kids was not that great, that means who the hell are you to come out here and be trying to give advice to other people's kids that are your same kid's age? West Indies, Sunny, all these folks, same age as her kids. So you got all this great advice to give. You're doing all these things in the community, yet you got time to sit around on your bed in front of a camera making making videos like incessantly about a particular topic or subject. It's like, y'all believe that shit? Y'all should be believing anything. Like, if she has such good advice to offer, let her get her own kids together first. Get your own kids together. In other words, and it's so funny. Again, I keep bringing her up. I promise you, I don't. It's not nothing. But Allie just said it yesterday, and it's something that I say all the time. Okay, look at it. She's in the chat. Co-test just like you. I'm doing granny. What everyone doing? What does that mean? Content? Is that what you're saying? Content just like you? Well, here's the thing. I go out and get the content, and then y'all folks react to it, right? And it's one thing to react and whatever, but you're kind of incessant on it, and then you make a lot of assumptions, especially about me, that you're just dead wrong about, right? For one, I never claimed to be street, but I do know the streets. I grew up in the streets. My household wasn't the streets, but my household was located in a neighborhood that was the streets. I know plenty about the streets. And what I can tell you about the streets, let me tell you something. And this is something I know not just from the streets. In life, you put people on mute, because what I learned at a young age is people going to talk shit and they're going to say a bunch of shit. This is Atlanta. I live in the cap central city of the universe. A nigga will cap you down if you let him. He will tell you all type of shit. A female will tell you all type of stuff. She'll tell you the greatest thing since sliced bread, and she's never been with anybody but you, and that she loves you and all this other stuff. Guess what? You don't judge people based off what comes out their mouth. You put people on mute and you observe actions and results. Actions and results. Okay? So you observe their actions and you observe the results that they have to show in life. And so if you can't observe their actions, because they may say, oh, I don't put my stuff on screen, and I don't do this and I don't do that. And that's funny, because every time I look, you got a community post showing whatever it is that you've done, or you adopted these kids, or you did this, you did that. You're always talking about it. So for you to say that you don't do it, you don't talk about it, you do talk about it, which lets me know that, that's what you do. You don't do that much, okay? But then also the results, right? If you're this super trap queen and you had all this stuff or whatever, why don't you live in a better place? Let's start there. Fine, you're frugal. Maybe, you want to stay in the home that you've been in for 20 years, 30 years. Maybe you grew up in that home. Maybe your kids are raised in that home and you're attached to it, whatever. Who knows? If you were so big, why not get it renovated? Get it renovated, because you're the trap queen. You know all this stuff. So clearly you know how to get money. If you know anything about real like hood stars, people that really was like the people in the hood that really got it, getting money was never a problem. Ever, 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 ever. It's always what to do with it. So if you got all this stuff, why not live better? Let's start there. Why not live better? Okay. Now, the second thing is, okay, great. Fine. Let's say that you're frugal. You don't need to renovate your house, this and that. Why are your kids not better? Why don't they have better lives? Why are they not stronger men? Why do they still live with you at the ages of nearly 30 or 30? Okay. Why? Can you answer that? Make a video about that, right? You want to make 100 videos about these other folks that are the same age as your kids. Make a video about why your son or sons still live at home at nearly 30 or past 30. You want to talk about that? No? You want to talk about that? You want to talk about West Indy and Sonny and Quita and Marcus, but not about your kids that are not demonstrating high performance. Okay? Now, you see, for me, I don't have to talk about my stuff. Okay? Because my actions speak loud enough. Okay? The results baked into the cake. Okay? I'm sitting here on live with y'all. I don't come live often at all. I come live maybe once a month, maybe twice a month. Okay, I come live, I'm sitting here. You see my beautiful newborn. You see me doing all my daddy stuff, still being live. Guess what? Not only am I taking care of my 3-week-old son, I'm making money while doing it. Okay, guess what? I'm sitting here. My daughters go to pretty much the best public school here in Metro Atlanta, not Metro, but the best public school in the Atlanta public school system, a very highly ranked school. So you obviously know that the neighborhood is not a cheap neighborhood. Okay, I'm sitting here. My daughters walk in. They're articulate. They're smart. My daughter was frustrated about not getting a third AP class. Okay, Granny, can you tell me what AP means? Are you familiar with that? Granny, did you leave? Granny didn't leave the chat, did she? Granny, where you at? You got so much to say. You here? Come on. Matter of fact, let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. Okay, because I'm so glad that you're here because you be having so much to say in your videos. And obviously, I'm not gonna sit and argue with people in comment sections. Okay. But we can verbally have the discussion, right? Because I'm right here. So come on with it. Come on with it. I would love to hear all this amazing advice and all this stuff that you have to offer, right? And all this type of stuff, okay? Because at the end of the day, and by the way, if one of the mods is in the chat, can you please pin my latest comment where I've got the link to the chat? Okay, so let me see if I can do it on my phone. Yep, I can do it on my phone. Okay, I did it. All right, so the link is pinned. Granny, if you want to come up, this will be great for your channel because you can then go back and make a video about it. You can go back and respond to it. But I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. And you're going to have to respond to all that shit you talk. So you so bad, you so hood, you so real, all this stuff. Come on with it. Yep. Let's go. Well, hello, Foreign Blood Granny TV.
So Marcus, what you mean my children live with me? Where do you get this from? All my children got their own house, Marcus. Where do you get
Well,
this
that's not
from?
what you said. That's not what you said. I've seen
Marcus, I
you
never
say out
once
of
said
your
your
own
children
mouth.
live there.
Okay, so I've seen you
Never,
say out of your own mouth that your kid,
never
that your
once,
son still lives with you.
never once have you heard me say that. Never once. My kids come to my house because they care about their mother. I never once said my children live with me. Marcus, my children are in their 30s, son. Why would 30-year-old children be living with me?
Because they were raised by someone that didn't do a great job.
So because you say that makes it true, I'm trying to figure it out.
The results are what they are.
Because
If
what results?
in this
What do
society,
you know about
in this society, adults over the age of 30 still living with their parents are seen as below average.
Mark? What children live with me? What proof do you have children live with me,
You
Marcus?
said it.
That don't
You
even
said it. I didn't say it. I didn't make it up. You
Marcus,
said it. I
never
didn't say
once.
it. I didn't
Anybody
make it
that
up.
watched
You said out of your own mouth that your daughter, and I'm
never
paraphrasing
once.
here, is a little more masculine or harder or whatever it
That's
is.
what I said. Yes, my daughter's masculine. We are savages, Marcus. That's what
Okay,
I said. My children don't have
what
children.
is what?
Matter of fact,
I'm gonna let you
all my
finish. Go ahead.
children been to college. All my children been to college. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My son just bought a home with his woman. Bet you didn't know
Mm-hmm.
that. And my daughter's well-to-do, and my other son is in college. You see how that works out? So once
Congrats
again,
on it.
because you say it's true, I'm trying to figure out because you say it is true, Marcus.
Mm-hmm. So I could ask you the same thing because you say a lot of stuff about me, right? Because you say I'm not street smart, I'm not this, I'm not that. Does that make it true? But that's fine. We'll table that, right? We'll table that. So hold on, Granny. We got to be able to have a back and forth, okay? So I'm gonna let you speak.
Marcus, I'm a whole grown woman. I'm right here. Now I ain't got too long to talk because I'm mentoring, but I'll give you 5 minutes of my time.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay, so you admit out your own mouth that your daughter is a savage, which again, to me, I'll paraphrase that as saying she's maybe more masculine and maybe less feminine.
I mean, what?
Granny, your trap phone's going out. Granny, your Obama phone's going out.
So Don't understand.
Granny, you
What?
gotta upgrade that Wi-Fi. Granny, you gotta upgrade that Wi-Fi. Gotta go for the higher
Baby,
package.
I'm out here in the trenches. I'm counseling. I'm out here in the trenches. I'm counseling, baby. I'm counseling.
Mhm. So I hear all
I'm
that,
mentoring,
right?
Marcus.
I hear all that, but you'll
I'm
know
in
a
the middle
tree
of the
by its
hood
fruit.
mentoring, Marcus.
You'll know a tree by its fruit. So what fruit can you show us? Because see, I show my fruit all the time, and you want to criticize and critique me. What fruit can you show us that
No,
justifies
Marcus.
you critiquing me?
Marcus, first of all, I ain't got to show my business. Second of all, everything I speak on
No. If
are
you
things
want
that
to critique
you
someone,
have
hold
told
on.
us.
If you want to publicly critique
Marcus,
someone, then you need to
I'm
be
not
able
no
to
child,
demonstrate
Marcus.
that you're
I
in a
told
position to
you
critique them.
you want something else. I told you what it is. I mean, I ain't get. Listen, I'm not like y'all. I ain't got to show
Why
my
should
life,
someone
Marcus.
take
That's
advice
me
from
and my
someone
family is
that
private.
raises masculine women? So you raised a masculine female. Why should
I'm
anyone take advice?
asking that. What's that mean? What does that mean?
You
What?
yourself
Because
said,
she's masculine, she's less
you
than?
yourself said, you're proud of that? You're proud to raise a savage? See, my
Hey, we're
girl's a cute
savages.
girl.
I never lied about who we are. We
Listen,
are
hey,
savages. That's right.
and great.
Pushing that. I regret
Yeah,
nothing. What? I'm
we
ashamed.
embrace all the worst parts about our community,
What I'm ashamed. Well,
especially
why am I
when
ashamed,
we're only half
Marcus?
of them, right? That's what I'm saying. It's
Why am
always
I
like
ashamed,
it's
baby?
always people that want to prove their kind of cultural relevance or prove that they are, what I'm saying, really black, really
Oh,
hood,
here
this and
you
that.
go with that
But
black
the
card.
truth is that really
Here you
black
go with
hood
the black
people
card,
don't want to get
Marcus.
associated
Here you go.
with the worst parts of stereotype stuff. So you're a person that is proud to say, I raised a savage. I raised a daughter that's a savage. See, most hood people that are really in the trenches
Yeah,
and
that's
really
right.
hood, they don't
That's right.
want that. They want to raise kids that are going to be opposite of the hood
Marcus,
stuff.
ain't none of my children in the
So
street, honey.
you're
Marcus,
giving
ain't none
yourself
of my
away.
children in the street.
You're
All my children
infatuated.
have
You're
jobs, careers, and
infatuated with the
homes,
hood.
Marcus.
You're not hood. You're infatuated with the hood. And even at your big old age of 50, you don't have enough common sense to know that
Marcus,
that's the
you get
teenage.
you say, Marcus?
Once you get out of your
What you
teenage
say?
years, you should not be infatuated with the hood. You should be looking to
Marcus, listen,
grow out of
I'm
that.
not your boy.
And you certainly
Listen, I'm
shouldn't
not your boy.
be bragging if
I'm
your
not,
daughter is.
I'm not that man talking to yesterday, Marcus. It don't work with me. It don't work with me. This shit you doing, it don't work with me, baby.
It's
It
already
don't work.
working.
What you
You're cooking.
doing, you running
You're
game
good.
on people that don't
You're
know
good.
no
You're not
better.
gonna be light
You
skinned no
ain't
more.
running game on
You're
me.
not gonna be light skinned no more. You're gonna be dark skinned after
You're
this
not
conversation.
running game on me.
You're
You
getting
just
cooked.
ain't
All
right
right.
here said ain't
Here's
the
the
truth.
bottom
Only
line.
thing
Here's
you
the
did
bottom line,
say
Granny.
that was
Granny,
true was my
listen.
daughter is masculine. What does
Granny,
that mean, Marcus?
that's not a good thing.
What
Having a
does that
masculine
mean?
daughter,
That's all you
that
got?
means
She's masculine.
that means that's one less lady,
Don't worry about the
that's one less black
Marcus.
woman that's
She's
adding to
private.
the
She's private.
angry,
What do you mean,
loud,
Marcus?
mad
She's
black
private.
woman
Also help
stereotype. So
unity.
instead of us fighting those stereotypes,
Angry
that's
man.
one more
Well,
black
Marcus,
woman that's adding
she's
to it,
rough
right?
around the edges
What I'm
because
gonna
her
do for my
mother.
part, for my
No, no,
community,
no, no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no. Let's
raise
clarify.
sweet, feminine young ladies that are gonna make great wives, and nobody will ever be able to say they're savage. They'll be able to say, "Oh, those are some classy, beautiful young ladies that are
But
smart."
you
They'll be
raise
able to
what
say
you
that.
want to raise,
Now,
Marcus.
when you can produce
raise what
that
you
kind of
raise,
fruit,
and I
then you come
raise
online
mine.
and you give advice. But we don't need your advice if you're going to
Marcus,
turn
my
people into
daughter,
what you turned your kids
but we're
into.
pushing
We don't
that.
need that. We don't
She's
need
just as
soft guys.
ladylike, but we're
We don't
pushing
need
that.
masculine
We
women.
regret nothing.
We need better
We
people in our
regret nothing,
community.
Marcus.
Folks like
We
you,
regret nothing. I
you ain't
regret nothing. All my children with it. We are winning over here. We are winning, baby.
So
Why do you
don't
think I
live in
have
a better
time to go to my
place? Why does your
community
place look
and
like
do
a
all
trap
this other
house?
stuff, Marcus?
Why does your place look like a trap house?
Hey, y'all.
But you get all the stuff out the thrift store. It looked like you got your covers, your blanket, your
Marcus, that's a
curtains.
YouTube room.
Like
That's a YouTube room. What came from the store,
listen,
Marcus?
show me
Marcus,
something
what
better.
came from the
Because
store?
until you show me, who the hell are you? Some weird lady sitting in a trap house
Marcus,
obsessing over people online
what
that
do
you
you
don't
need
know
to see,
with a
Marcus?
voice that is just
What is your
it
dad
ain't
know
shit.
what it is? You're mad
Come on
because
now.
I speak on the things you've done. You're mad because I speak on the things you've came out here and
I'm not mad.
apologized for.
Y'all
That's
sound
reality.
mad.
Marcus, what lie
Do
have
I
I
look
told
mad?
on you?
I'm not mad at
Let's be
all.
real, Marcus. What
I'm
lie
not
have I
mad at
told
all.
on
I'm
you?
actually happy.
Just had a baby by the
Listen.
interviewee,
It's
bro.
more frustrating
You
to me
just
to
had
have
a
to sit
baby
in the
by
comment section
interviewee, Marcus.
than to be able
Stop.
to tell you to your
Stop,
face.
Marcus. Everything I speak on, I told no lies about you, baby. Everything I speak on is what you have came out here and apologized for and all this. Hold on, y'all. I'm coming. Is everything you've apologized for, you came out here and said out of your own mouth. Only thing I said was you ain't street smart or gave my opinion on you.
I'm
Everything
not
else I
street
talk
smart, but
about
let me
is
ask
shit
you
you
this.
show. Are
Let
you
me ask you
serious,
this. Let me
Marcus?
ask you this. Of all the people that
What
be in the
lies have I
street,
told, Marcus?
who do you
What
think is
lies? What?
making
No.
who do you think is
What
making the
lies
money?
have I told? Hold on, y'all. I'm
Listen.
coming. I'm coming,
I
kid.
interact with all type of people in the streets, and I'm the one that's making the money. So who's smart? The smart person is the person that's winning,
Marcus,
right?
what lies
The person
have I
that's going
told?
to the
Stop.
bank to
What
cash
lies
the
have I
check and live
told?
good. The
What
person
lies
that can,
have I
the
told?
person that can
What
come and
lies have I
see these
told?
ceilings,
What
see these
lies have
ceilings.
I told,
Can
Marcus?
you
No,
guess
come
how high
on.
these
What?
ceilings are?
Stop.
I'll give
What
you a guess.
lies have I told? You
I'll give
can't
you a
make
guess.
him handle
You
like
want to
you
guess
do
how high these
everything. You
ceilings
can't. You
are?
can't. That reverse. What lies have I
Okay.
told? What lies have I told on you, Marcus?
Again,
What lies have
listen.
I
I
told you?
didn't say
Are you
who
not
said that
ever
you told
mostly
lies.
interviewing?
I'm
Let's keep
sorry.
it
I'm
real,
sorry.
Marcus.
Hold on.
When you
Did I say that you
cry,
told a
I'm
lie?
not gonna do that no more.
Hold on.
Marcus, stop.
Did
Listen.
I say that
It's been
you're
a
arguing with
pleasure.
something I never
It's
said?
been a pleasure.
Okay,
It's been a pleasure. Forum
I'll let
Plus
you.
TV, y'all. Marcus don't like because I hold
Y'all
you
go
be so. You know
subscribe.
what, Marcus?
Listen, y'all go
People hold
subscribe.
me
Foreign
to
Blood
self
TV.
accountability.
My granny,
I
she
have to
just
have
got
self
cooked, so
accountability
she's
on
gonna
my
be a little
own
dark
self.
skinned when
So
y'all
you
see
ain't
her,
gotta have
but we can't hear her because she's
together.
on her trap phone. So she gotta get her trap phone together, and she's gotta
Nah,
get her trap house
I'm
together.
in the
When she gets
community.
her trap house
I'm in the
together, she'll
community
make better
for
videos
children.
because then we
But
might
you ain't
believe
heard
her.
my
But
feelings.
while she's still
That's
sitting
why
in the
you
trap
fuck
house, we
interviewees,
don't really
bruh.
believe
You
you.
fuck
We don't
interviewees,
believe
you
you. You
dirty
need
ass
more
nigga.
people.
You got a
You're gonna
baby
have to
by a
show
bitch
some
and you
fruit.
still pussy,
It's
bruh.
okay,
You got a
Granny.
baby
You don't
by
have
a
to get
bitch and still
frustrated.
pussy and you
You're
under.
just gonna have to show some fruit, okay?
I
We
ain't
we
gotta
need to
show
see
shit.
results,
I ain't gotta show shit.
actions
I ain't
and
gotta show
results,
shit. And then when I did
actions
show it, then
and
when I did
results.
show it,
See,
I was
everybody
bragging.
sees
And when
my
I didn't
actions
show it, I was
and everybody
bragging.
sees my
Bro, you ain't
results.
even in the
That's the
same
difference
price, right?
between me and you.
Bro,
They
you
see
fucking
my
interview.
actions,
You
they
got a
see my
baby by a
results.
trick.
So none of
That's
it
the
really has to
reality.
be personal. With you, all we see is you sitting in the trap house talking shit. It is what it is. Okay? All right. All right. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, guys. Listen, let me tell y'all something. When people try to critique you and basically, you know what I'm saying, tell you to clean up your situation or whatever, but then they got a pile of dirt on their front door, their front doorstep, that's the type of person Granny is. All right. It's like, lady, go away. Okay, go away. And obviously, I'm not, having to go all in and stuff like that. But I'm also not gonna, sugarcoat it or be soft and all that type of stuff. Like, no, you talk shit about me. You make all these videos and pop all your shit. Cool. I don't have to pop my shit in your comment section. I'll wait. I'll wait. It's been over a year. So she finally made it. Great. Welcome. All right. But the bottom line is that you're going to need to show us a little more than what you show us if you want us to take your trap advice, right? Because we don't want our young ladies to become savages. We want to get out of that thought process. We want them to become intelligent, beautiful, feminine young ladies. Okay. So you bragging about raising a savage and all that stuff. You're kind of missing the point. You're missing the point. You didn't understand the assignment. And at 50, you think that being all extra hood and shit is still cool. That goes to show me that that's not like you're not from it, right? Because people are from it, they ain't like overly impressed with it at this age, right? And so yeah, like it is what it is. Okay. All right. Right. Tasha K says she doesn't watch people she doesn't like. Oh, and that's the other thing. I didn't even have time to bring it up. The other day she said, "Oh, I'm getting bored with this content," and then just made like 5 more videos about it. Like, okay. Like if you're bored with it, you can just stop watching. You can do that too, right? So, yeah, it is what it is. Like I'm happy that she got a chance to come up and, we got a chance to confront each other, right? So it's no worries. It's no worries. And if anybody feels any way about anything I said, Listen, if the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. Okay, all right, all right. Oh, you talking about Max? Yeah. Listen, let me tell you something. Max is such a blessing. Such a blessing. Why class shame her? Because she's trying to use, she's trying to give advice. And so we get to analyze parts of her life that she shows us if she's going to self qualify herself to give advice. Okay. All right. Why interview homeless folks and speak poorly about poor folks? No, no, no. I speak poorly about folks, again, that want to force advice or give advice, especially advice that involves heavily critiquing other people, right? When your own life isn't together. Where they do that at? You giving advice, but you ain't got your shit together. Come on now, right? And it's folks like that like whoever said that, the Cana lady, what's your name? Let me see. The Miracle of Cana, right? Its thought process is like that. It's like, okay, so, and you may not be familiar with her or her content, but she spends an inordinate amount of time critiquing me and the people that I interview. And to me, I feel like the critiques go way too far and way into areas of, for instance, my life, she doesn't know anything about, right? So you're going to critique me, critique areas of my life. I need to know what you got going on to even understand if your criticism is valid or if it's valuable or if nobody should listen. And I've come to the conclusion nobody should listen. It is what it is. All right. Okay, so you don't watch her. I get it. I get it. So listen, if you don't have the context, then, just kind of understand that you don't have all the context. So you don't need to, like your opinion is going to be less informed, right? Doesn't mean you can't have one, but it's just a less informed opinion. No biggie. All right. So let's see. T-Trainer. No. Let me see. There are more tactful ways to speak. Well, when you're speaking with someone that doesn't speak with tact, you got to kind of get on their level sometimes. Red Berry Sexy says, I don't know why y'all surprised. He told exactly who he is a billion times. He doesn't hide who he is. I would like for you to elaborate. Who am I? What is it that I'm not hiding? Because you're right. I don't hide who I am. You see me sitting there holding my 3-week-old, loving on him. You see my daughters come in, love on me and, all this stuff. And we do all our daddy-daughter stuff and all that. You see the stuff I do out in the streets. You see the things I do with different folks. You see all this stuff. So what is it that you're referring to that is saying like, hey, he's shown us a billion times? Well, tell me, what is it? Okay, I would like to know. All right. So anyway, let's see. What lies have I told? I don't know who this Queen Suge baby is. Probably. Are you a troll page? Before I time you, are you a troll page or are you a real person? Because I don't want to time people out that just have opinions that I may not agree with. I don't want to time you out. But if you're a troll page, I'm time you out. Y'all need a debate moderator. We couldn't really hear anything y'all said. That's because she was on the trap phone. Anyway, let me stop. The contradiction of it all, a trend, I should say immediately. Okay, you're going back to the title. Shane needs to be bought back. He had a baby by someone he was supposed to be helping. No, someone I did help. You'll hear the full story. Make sure you subscribe to Marcus Raw. Trust me, it's an interesting story. It's a great story. And you'll hear it. It's a love story. It is a true love story. Okay? A true love story. And so you can sit here and try to shame me and say that type of stuff. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work, right? So, listen, I love my life, man. And I love this little fella. And I definitely, my dad, for sure, gave me and my brother a boy. Mm-hmm. So I can't wait for my nephew to come. He'll be here in a couple weeks. Let's see. Hey, Marcus, I emailed you a picture looking for a relative. Was it recently, Sean, or was it not? If it wasn't recently, do it again, because sometimes if I get ultra busy, things like that may fall through the crack. So email me again if you're still looking for them. I'll say this, a person by the fruit they bear, and Marcus' beautiful, articulate daughters. That lets you know truly what kind of person Marcus is. Can't hate on Marcus. I appreciate that, Alan. All right, Marcus, enjoy your life with your mini you. That's right. So is Quita done? No, Quita's not done. We're just kind of, I'm letting that situation breathe a little bit. Only issue I have with her, she doesn't call out everybody publicly on their BS. Hello, Marcus in chat. Let's see, Granny's lady who does reactions to Marcus content. So y'all, that her name is Foreign Blood TV, aka we affectionately know her as Granny. So her channel is called Foreign Blood TV. Go check it out. You may love the content, right? Because she does, she gives her take on different things that are going on in the street sector. Mainly, she does content about West Indy, Quita. She used to do content about Sunny, where she's giving advice and things like that. Oftentimes, she will be critiquing me and doing things like that. To me, what I consider to be unfairly. And so it's good to just be able to, talk it out. It's no biggie, okay? Hey, what's up, Queen Suge?
Hey, what's up, Marcus? I have
What's
been a
going
fan
on?
of yours forever, baby. From
Okay.
day one. Like,
I appreciate it.
for real, for real. I was very, very upset. Hold on, let me get rid of this.
Mm-hmm.
I was very upset listening to Granny and her hot mess, And
Hold on, real quick. I want to interject because I saw a comment. Platinum, I did not get the message, so I'm not ignoring you. I just wanted her to know that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. I'm tired of Granny and her hot mess. Me being a content creator myself, you can always smell the struggle and low income in someone's verbiage. And at no time did she say anything of substance or anything like that. It was very annoying to watch her content because for her to say that she was tired of Quita, but she wants to come back and keep making all these videos about her.
Can we stop right there?
Mhm.
Like, how incredibly, what's the word? It's like you're just putting on. You're just putting on. And it's like people like that, it's like you just want to be negative to be negative, even though you're making money off of this content.
Right.
You're making money off this content, but you're going to disparage it and say that you're bored with it.
Right, but yeah, you want to keep coming back
foot?
and talking about it, right? And that's what makes it so funny to me. That's crazy work, and that's clown-like behavior. And then for her to say that I'm out mentoring and hold up and all this, like, no, you weren't. You were just sitting somewhere chilling with your Obama phone with bad, internet, bad connectivity. All I'm saying, baby, is that keep doing what you're doing, Marcus. We really love you, and you have inspired me to get back to podcasting and doing my thing. And I'm more into politics and current events and things like that. But I admire your relationship with your daughters. I admire the relationship you have with the streets. It takes a strong person to get out there and pull that out of people, to get them to get personal with you, to have those type of relationships with you. I've been in recovery work for years. So to see you have that relationship that people call you when they're in trouble, that takes a lot of trust. You know what I mean? And people like her, they want to be people like us. They don't have the capability of doing so. So what they do is they disparage us. They bring us down. They join the hate team. They try to find anything that they can to bring you down, make posts about you and all of that. And it doesn't matter because what God has for you, he has for you, King, and he showed you already. Much love, baby.
Listen, man, big appreciation. Big appreciation, Miss Love.
All the way from Columbus, Ohio. So much love,
Man,
baby. I was
shout
in
out Columbus, man. Shout out King Joe. Let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell y'all something. No matter what's going on with Ebony, no matter what's going on with Josiah's family, any of that stuff, that's always King Joe. That's always
right.
Little Bro. He'll always have a place with me, no matter what. All right, so. For anybody in Josiah's, if you ever see this, bro, you're always Little Bro. That'll never change, no matter what. And I don't dislike Ebony. I don't dislike his family. None of that stuff.
I know you don't. But everybody. Everybody wants to find somebody to put some blame on Marcus when they can't accept the accountability for themselves. The parents want to blame people because they could have been more sturdy and more stand up for their son. You know what I'm saying? Ebony, you want to blame somebody because you want to erase the past that Josiah's had. So at the end of the day, you cannot blame that on Marcus. You take that up with Josiah. You did the best that you could with that young man. You sent him home. Baby boy came back. So you know what I'm saying? You did the best that you can.
At that point, it's God's plan. It's like, all right. Well,
hey, I've been here since
you get this content. So let me ask you. Let me say this real quick, right? So
right.
So I actually work out in the streets, right? Like how Granny says she does, right?
Right.
I cannot imagine a scenario where I'm out working in the streets. We know in the streets is all type of things to stimulate you, and you got to keep it in the swivel, all type of stuff going on.
That's right.
I can't imagine I'm working out in the streets doing my important work, and I take time off of that to hop on YouTube on a live. How would I even know that the live was going on? I'm working. I'm in the street. Like are you on YouTube and working on the streets at the same time? Like, how did you find out? Did someone text you and say, "Hey, Marcus is on live talking about you," or something like that? And even if that was the case, let's say that I'm doing an interview and somebody texted me, "Hey, somebody's talking about you on live." What do you think I'm gonna take? What's up, buddy?
Tell him, Max. Say, hell no, Dad. We're not.
you think I'm gonna take time out of what I'm doing to go on live and see what that person's saying?
Absolutely not. And like I told you, I do recovery work. So I be in the trenches. Here in West Columbus, we got a real bad fentanyl problem. I'm out there. I give out all kind of, hygiene products. I try to get them to come to Maryhaven, where I used to work, get cleaned up. So while I'm out there doing that type of work, I don't have time to look at my phone. So at the end of the day, she was lying. We know she lying. We know she capping. You know what I mean? And that's why she does. She just reminds me of a bitter, miserable, and I don't want to disrespect that woman because she got a couple years on me. I'm not going to say that about her, but you can fill in the blanks. Y'all fill in the blanks, y'all. But she is very, very bitter. She's very, very angry, and she's jealous. She's jealous. She's jealous. And it's ugly because there are people out there that type of content feeds. So that's why people like you,
I love like me, and all that type
everyone else, we have to counteract that type of stuff. You know what I mean? And I'm glad you pulled her on because there was nothing that she could say. Nothing that she can say. Everything derogatory, disparaging, hurtful that she tried to say, you kept counteracting it with facts. And I do recall her saying that her kids lived in her house.
Oh, listen, I didn't make that up. I know for a fact that she said it, but
you ate that up. You ate that up because she was lying.
You know what? Do your thing, lady, because I know what you said. You ain't gonna try to backtrack it, but whatever. All right, listen, I appreciate you. I'm drop you down, let this other guy come up, and thank you. We love you, and for sure.
Love you too. Love y'all. Love y'all, fam. Take care.
All right. Let's get Backyard Bills TV.
What's good? What's good?
Oh man, I met you. Yeah. Okay, man. I just saw you what was that? Like a couple days ago or something?
I don't know if you saw me, bro.
Did we meet each other? I don't know why I thought
I'm monetized on here. I'm monetized on here.
Okay, so you look like a guy that I met in person maybe like a few days ago. Okay, so no worries.
I got a mobile detailing company up here in Atlanta. So I don't know. I'll be everywhere. Mobile detailing company. So I'll be everywhere. So you probably saw me and know you saw me. But man, I've been watching your content. I'm in another segment. We got it going, right? But I've been watching your content. I want to tell you, keep doing what you do, bro. Sometimes you get crazy, you know what I'm saying? But I like the originality of your content. You being a man. We need more man in the sector. When I say man, you know what I mean. You feel me? Strong black brothers up here doing their thing. So, we gonna have our temptations and do what we do, and then you gonna have the people who go hate on you and try to take you down in any type of way they can. You feel me? But I see you got a big heart in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? And
real quick, I want to interject. I'm so sorry to interject. This is completely off topic. but I have to do it while there's still certain folks in here. So I'm sorry. Again, this is completely rude. My bad about that. But I do have to do this. So real quick, guys, I just want to take 2 minutes and tell y'all something that a lot of people may not know. Okay. So, at the end of the year, YouTube does like the top channels that you watch type deal. Okay. And do y'all want to know what my top channel was? You got it out, buddy. It's coming out. Does anybody want to guess what my top channel was? Tiffany Howard just got it right. Oh no, she didn't. She was talking to. Anyway, well, she said it, but Vibes Queen channel is my top channel according to the YouTube analytics. Vibes Queen's channel. So as much as I talk about other content creators who talk about the street sector and things like that, and, listen, Vibes Queen, I think 100% could benefit from joining my mastermind because I have many critiques about her channel, her content, but I still love it. That's still family. And so I am a castle, not official resident, but more like a castle ghost. And so I'm roaming around the castle and just kind of, it'd be late at night and there's nothing else on a lot of times. And so even if I have it on, it's there, it's playing or whatever. I just like to have it playing and have it there. And, I tap in I tap into all that stuff. So bottom line is that for the late night, especially if you're like a late person that kind of stays up and stuff like that, man, check it out. Check out Vibes Queen channel. That's kind of like my big sis, my auntie. She's not older than me, but still, that's the vibes. It's like auntie vibes, you know what I'm saying? Big sis vibes. But folks that kind of keep up with all the little mini dramas that's going on in the street sector, she's a perfect place to go and kind of be able to park your car, sit and relax and enjoy your live. You know what I'm saying? So between Allie, who comes on a little bit earlier, and then Vibes Queen, who comes on later, definitely my favorite 2 channels in the street sector right now. Just wanted to make sure I shout her out because she's one of my mods and has been a long time supporter as well. I didn't want her to feel left out. My bad. Continue what you were saying, Backyard Bills TV.
What's good, yeah. But yeah, man, I just had to come, show some love to you, man. I've been watching you for a minute. Like I said, I see what you're doing. When I came to Atlanta, I had a tough situation, but I ended up starting me a mobile detailing company and getting myself going and getting monetized on YouTube as well. So I have a story also. But just seeing you help people, bro, keep doing it. I know it's tough. Some people won't understand. And then just
can I use what you just said to kind of elaborate on a point you just made?
Yeah.
Because you just made a point, and I do want to talk about it because I think about it all the time. And, sometimes I think like, I don't need to talk about it because it may come off like I'm bitching or whining or stuff like that. But I'll use this time to actually expound on a point you just made. It 100% is tough to do this. Yeah. Okay. Especially, the way that I do it. I've got a competition up in North Carolina. Guy's name is Real Right and Uncut. He's got a great channel. And that guy is a beast. He puts up like 5-6 videos a day. Barely edited, he gets them up. He's got a steady crowd. They watch, all the videos for the most part. He makes a lot of money. Sometimes I look at that and I say, you know what? I can dumb this thing down and just kind of, go along with that same mode and just crank out the videos and, go to a hotel and just interview this person, that person, and it'll be good content, right? And I thought about doing that, man, because, pulling realness out of people and especially out of strangers is not only tough, it is spiritually draining, and it becomes like this real uphill battle, man, because it's like, I'll say this. To me, I feel like it's largely unappreciated. So I feel like I probably have right now on my channel, I probably have 100 stories that any individual one of them should win a Pulitzer Prize, should have won me some type of journalism award. Okay. But they just kind of go like, they're just casually watched. And then, it's not like YouTube, sends it around, makes it go viral. or anything like that. And so it's very discouraging sometimes when I do what I consider to be something that's magical in being able to pull out someone's truth, especially if it's a truth that they've never told anyone. And here I am, a stranger, and because of the gifts that God gave me, I'm able to pull this out of this person. They're able to feel a certain level of comfort to do that. And I just don't feel like I get the credit I deserve all the time, not just from people, but specifically from like YouTube, the algorithm, stuff like that. So sometimes I just want to be like, you know what? And that's why this last quarter, that's why I was like, all right, you know what? We're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to just follow and just kind of do a lot of storylines and things like that. And guess what? The people loved it. They love the Quita storyline. They love the Kelsey videos. They love all the little follow-ups. So it's something to where I'm going to kind of have a combination of continuing to follow all the different storylines and then still bringing, the really good, new, original, people that y'all have never seen, one-shot interviews that are powerful and have people telling, intimate things about their life that they otherwise wouldn't tell a stranger. Okay. And so that really weighs on me. And so this last quarter, like I say, storylines was popping. Everything was good. I had 3 good months on YouTube. 3 good months on YouTube. No complaints financially and all that stuff. But my spirit was telling me like, hey, all right, it's time to kind of get back to the mix. Let's get some more new folks. Let's get out there. Because I haven't really been out in the streets, like in the areas where I used to be in like maybe a couple months. Like not heavy. Like I'll go out there every now and again. But yeah, it's not something to where like I've been just doing it the same way. Like I've kind of taken a break, you know what I'm saying? And it's been necessary because I had to recharge my batteries. But now we're in a new year, new month, new everything. I feel like my batteries are recharged. Some of the storylines are starting to die down. So yeah, just to speak to that point, man, it does get tough. It does get difficult. So much so to the point that I had to take a little time off from it. But y'all were still able to get plenty of content. What you got going on, man? You starting to get hungry again?
Hey, and whatever you do, bro, never let a kid like be in front of the camera and you walk away. I don't care if it's like 1 minute. My channel was on hold for like a whole month for that, 1.5. My son, my son 12 years old, and I walked away from the camera. I let him talk to my supporters and stuff. And YouTube, the new AI, they struck it down. So I had to wait 30 days for them to let me go back live. They had it on kid restriction.
Wow.
That new AI.
Wow, yeah. I'll tell you like this, man. And if you was in the mastermind, you probably would have heard this already, but YouTube doesn't play fair when it comes to bigger channels and smaller channels. So I can tell you right now, like they're a lot more stringent, tougher, and use a lot more AI with those smaller channels than they do. Like as you start to build what they call trust in the algorithm, then you start to get a little more leeway for things like that.
Okay, that's good advice.
But I would have loved for you to have been in the mastermind to say something like that, because my experience on YouTube isn't your experience on YouTube, and we're all sharing in the mastermind. Even though I'm guiding the conversation, the beauty of the mastermind is that we all get to learn from and with each other, which is better than just learning by yourself. So if 20 people have 20 different experiences and I get to get a little bit of all of their experiences, that makes me better than if I just had my experience.
Right. Man, well, man, I appreciate you for letting me come up here. That made my day, because I'm used to people always coming and hitting mine, you know what I'm saying? So I was scrolling and I saw you live. So let me check bro out. Like I say, I'll be in the bushes just watching, learning, and just see what you got going. And because when I saw you do like the story with Queen and stuff, and I was like, okay, now where is this going to go? But then I was like, yo, this is dope because you get to see the ins and outs. You got younger females who clicking and they can see like if they had troubles in and out of prison, or if they want to do something different. She got a powerful story. I know sometimes it's kind of hard to get people to realize that. I definitely understand, but people love her for her, and that's what's good about it, and that's what the algorithm about. And tell her keep being herself, man, and keep doing you, bro.
I appreciate it, brother. Right. Definitely appreciate it. All right. All right, man. Have a good one. All right. Cool dude, man. Cool dude. I appreciate you, love so true. Thank you, thank you. You'll be surprised. The littlest word of encouragement, sometimes the littlest, hey, we appreciate you or whatever, goes a long way with somebody like me. So, because as a man, one of the things that we experience a lot, especially if you're a man that like provides for everybody and things like that, sometimes we may feel unappreciated, right? Especially when people get, they get used to you doing things for them. So you don't always get to feel the appreciation. So when strangers and people that, you don't otherwise know give you that love and appreciation, it goes a long way. I really love it. So I appreciate y'all for sure. Appreciate y'all. So, all right. So does anybody else have anything? Oh, hold on. Oh, no, he's gone. Okay. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to discuss? We're here. We got 450 people in chat. Anybody want to talk about anything? Come on up. Otherwise than that, I will wrap it up with some closing statements, right? So I definitely appreciate everyone that's in the chat, taking your time to watch. Certainly appreciate all of the content creators that frequent the channel. Like I say, big shout out Vibes Queen, big shout out to According to Allie. And big shout out to Foreign Blood TV. Big shout out, right? There's no hate or nothing, right? We just had to get some straightening, right? And things had to be addressed. I don't, know her to hate her, so it's all love with me. I would like to think that though, people, Chris James, shout out Chris James. I would like to think you say, boo, love so true. Listen, I'll stay here if y'all want me to. All right. I know sometimes people be bored and it's like, all right, I ain't got nothing else to do. I might as well just stay here and watch the live. Shout out to Opinionated News Channel. All right. Let me definitely make sure I shout out Open. Open, like I say, join the mastermind because we got to clean your channel up. All right. We got to get the algorithm to kind of, fall in love with your channel. Because you had something cooking when you had the whole Detroit thing going on. And you should have stayed there, right? And I would have given you that advice had we talked. Okay, finish what I was saying about Sonny. Okay, so let me get back to what I was saying, because that was all the way back when the kids was walking in. What was I saying about Sonny? So I believe I was just saying that I was gonna hit her up and I was gonna link up with her. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna pull up, maybe smoke a blunt or whatever, and see if we can just kind of, do you have to be a content creator to join the mastermind? No, not at all. But it is for people who want to do YouTube, right? So, you can come in and just sit around if you want. But the whole purpose of it is going to be for folks that, that want to grow their YouTube channels, right? And so that's what we're doing. And we be brutally honest, or at least I am brutally honest about the things you may need to change, do differently, things like that, okay? So yeah, absolutely. Okay, so about Sunny. So I wish Sunny was still in here because I would have her come up. Okay. All right, Queen Shook, baby. Appreciate you. Okay. Definitely appreciate you. What is your goal for interviewees that don't have trauma? I mean, my goal for everybody is simple, is to win and do better in life, including myself. Right? Do I have specific goals for specific people? Nah, that's kind of, I don't know them well enough to have these specific goals for them. And that's to answer hands down B question. Okay, so I tell people all the time, man, my spiritual gift is in talking and relating to people and getting people to kind of open up and feel comfortable with me, right? Other people's gift is, organizing, and other people's gift is getting, folks to know all these different resources, or researching all the resources, or keeping up with all the latest rule changes, or this or that. Everybody's got their gifts. And so if anybody that has other gifts other than what I have wants to link up and become a part of trying to go further and helping people, I welcome that with open arms. Okay, but I'm not going to try to be Mr. Everything. I'm going to utilize the specific gift that God gave me. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Let's see. What are your thoughts about the older lady who went to Kenola's mom's house? You're talking about Shenna. Ooh. Let's see. Marcus, you should add a segment of just mastermind mindset. Widen your reach to help content create, navigate, run successful channel business. Not sure if I fully understood it, so maybe you can clarify, Ali. I'm 3.5 hours in now, so I might be experiencing some brain fog. We'll see. Let's see. Please don't look backwards. Talking about as far as Sunny goes. Yeah, I mean, it was just a thought. It was like, hey, man, listen, why not? I'm up here. I think I was like 15 minutes away from her house. Like, hey, listen, why not? You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we can get it squared away. That way we don't have to deal with it anymore. But it's all good. Okay, Granny gonna make a video about me tonight. Hey, she's been making videos about me. What else is new, right? No worries. All right, y'all go follow Foreign Blood Granny TV. Okay, there's no hate in my blood, so go check her out. If you like it, follow her and subscribe. All right. Okay, so what was, man? I definitely have brain fog because was talking about the Sunny thing. Oh, let's see. Okay, Shenna. Do y'all want me to talk about Shenna and that whole situation with Ken Nola's mom or not? Because if y'all don't really follow the situation, then a lot of y'all may not know what the heck I'm talking about. So if you want me to talk about Shenna, put an S in the chat. If you want me to just keep talking about, keep yapping or whatever, put a Y. Okay. So S in the chat if you want me to give my thoughts about Shenna rolling up on Ken Nola's mom. And if you don't really care, just put a Y. Okay, I see China Doll says she don't care. I see a few people say, a bunch of people saying yes. Okay, got you. Lord, y'all are messy. Y'all are so messy. Y'all know Shenna's gonna throw a shit fit, right? But it doesn't matter because she's kind of snaky, right? She's the type that will come on here and try to get in front of a story. So I'll give you an example. A few months back, she was just getting really messy with the different content creators that was going on in the street sector. And there was parts of her background that I didn't recognize that were starting to come out, that people from the R. Kelly sector were starting to illuminate to folks that was here, okay? To folks that was here in the street sector. And so I didn't realize some of this stuff. And they was telling some of this stuff about her. I was like, God damn. Like, that's not cool. Like, I don't really support that. So me being the person that I am, I respectfully hit her up on the back end. And I was like, hey, at this point, because here's the truth. I didn't really think that she was a good content creator. I only shared her out because there wasn't a whole lot of other people that were reacting to the content. So it's like, all right, well, she's reacting to it. I think at the time it was like the Black Hammer story and all that type of stuff. It's like, all right, well, she's the one I think it was the Ileana and Tone stuff, right? So it's like, all right, well, she's the one that's reacting to it. No one else is really reacting and taking advantage of it or doing it on a consistent basis. Share her out, whatever. But the truth is that she was never a good content creator, right? She can't read. She misspeaks, misquotes. She gets upset at people when they say things and then it turns out that they didn't even say that. She's kind of slow with the commentary and the catching up to things. So it's just like not good content. It was hard for me to kind of sit in there sometimes because I would be like shouting at the screen, like move on or keep it moving or whatever. Anyway, she wasn't a real good content creator. So, I didn't feel like I was losing anything or whatever. So respectfully, I hit her up on the back end and I was like, look, let's just separate. I don't really want you reacting to my content anymore, or I rescind the permission that I once gave you. You can still react to it because it's fair use, but you don't have my explicit permission anymore, right? And I let her know, like, hey, we can keep this on the back end. We don't have to. This doesn't have to be public or nothing like that, right? Because I didn't want nobody like attacking her or doing anything like that. Okay, so I was like, you know what, we'll keep it on the back end. And I sent her that text, and she just sent me back like, I understand. So that was that. I see like a week or so later, and she's got this title like, I'm not messing with Atlanta Street interviews no more, or something along that nature. And I'm like, okay, lady, like you're not messing with me for real. Like I clearly was the one that told you, hey, let's just separate it, whatever. I didn't say nothing about it. I did kind of let some folks in the background know, like, yeah, this is bullshit, but I didn't say nothing about it, okay? And she made like 2 or 3 videos that was disparaging me or shady towards me, right? In one of the videos, she straight up was calling me demonic, right? Based on a comment that I made in jest when someone said that they're a witch, and I said I'm a warlock, right? Okay. So I made the comment in jest. Good, buddy. I made the comment in jest, and so she wants to run with it and say he's demonic, he's a warlock. Okay. So at that point I was like, all right, you're gonna frustrate me, because one of the points I made in the text that I sent her was like, hey, you keep mentioning and using my name and my channel's name in titles, and the way that YouTube's search function works, because I get a lot of new people that come to my channel every month. That's why my channel steady grows, and that's why I have over 200,000 subscribers. I get new people every month, and as people search for Atlanta Street interviews in the algorithm, let's say they love the content, they want more, they want to see what the search function produces instead of just going to the channel. So they go search it up. Well, anybody who use Atlanta Street interviews or Marcus in the titles, their content is going to come up too. So, and she knows that. So it's like you're purposely using my name and the name of my channel so that, your channel will come up in people's feeds that watch my channel. So, and you're just talking about nonsense. It's not like you're talking about anything relevant to the channel or nothing. You're using my name to complain about like the moderators and whatever beef you have going on with them. That has nothing to do with my channel. So like, stop using my channel name just to get clicks and views, right? So, okay, so she did that. I told her, hey, we're separated. Cool. Came back, like I say, made the videos. So, and I was still like, whatever. But eventually I hopped in the chat and I had enough. And I was telling her, nope, you're the demonic one. You're the one that does this, does that. Because she'll go into demon mode super quick. And it sounds like a demon. It's like she literally sounds like the Wicked Witch of the West. When she gets in that mode, it is disturbing to watch. Anyway, long story short, when she went to Kendola's house, I told her on the back end, even though we wasn't dealing with each other or whatever, but as a content creator and as someone that, had, tried to help her before, and me, I'm just the type, I want to help everybody, okay, even if we're beefing, like whatever, right? So I told her like, hey, you should keep that video up because that may be one of your one out of tens. In YouTube terms, that means that'll be one of your top videos. But she didn't. She she I guess decided to keep the video down or whatever. But what I thought about it is dangerous. You can't be pulling up on people's house like that, especially unprotected. Okay, that's the surface level what I thought about it. Now, do you want to hear the real what I thought about it? Put an R in the chat if you want to hear the real what I thought about it. Okay, I just gave you the surface level. We're gonna talk about the real. Let's see. Of course, the R's are coming in. Okay, here's the real. How you gonna be big bad? You so big and bad. You pulling up to somebody's house out of state. You talking all this shit. You popping it on your lives and saying how you call nigga this and nigga that and that. You done pulled up. You done pulled up to this lady house. And you start crying like a baby. I mean, you start crying like a toddler that somebody just took their favorite doll baby away. They just took their favorite piece of candy. I mean, you are boohoo crying to this lady. This lady don't know you from Adam about her son saying stuff online. Like, this lady don't know you from Adam. You done pulled up to her house and you are boohoo crying about how her son said disparaging things and made disparaging Photoshop images of your grandson. Cried like a baby. And then got on afterwards back with the hard talk. You can't be hard no more. You just cried on live in front of thousands of people, boohoo cried, begging her to get her son in line. Now, it's one thing. Listen, I understand crying when you angry and upset, and like a lot of hood people, like you see a chick that she about to fight and she start crying, you might be about to get your ass beat. That's not the crying I'm talking about. I'm talking about sobbing, sobbing profusely, sobbing. But you're supposed to be pulling up to this dude's house. Like the art of pulling up is like you're supposed to be like a Billy Badass. You're a Billy Badass, but you crying. You ain't got no pistol or nothing. You ain't cursing the mom out saying you need to get your fuck nigga son. He doing this and that. You ain't doing none of that. You crying to this lady like you her child. Y'all damn near the same age. You crying like you her child. And can I kind of all right, I guess I gotta unleash a little bit. Nah, I ain't even gonna go there. I ain't gonna go there. I could be super messy, but I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna choose to stay above board where I'm at. Okay. Okay. But that's crazy work. That's diabolical. Like these folks be for real shot out. Like you cried like a baby. Like you blew it. You blew it. There was no toughness. That was your chance to confront the mom. You know, like I would have thought you'd have been like, oh, you raised a fuck nigga son, so I know you ain't shit. Da 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 da. Nope, you ain't do none of that. You ain't do none of that. You cried like a baby. Cry like a baby. Okay. And everybody want me to be messy. I'm gonna keep it cool for now. Okay. Cry like a baby. That was lame. That was weird. And then tried to be still hard afterwards, even lamer, even weirder. Like, just it is what it is. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know why you went down there. And it's completely ridiculous. Like, these people are nearly 50 or have turned 50. You're half 100. You're half a century years old, and you're seriously that concerned about some weird dude in New Orleans. And he is definitely weird. Some super weird dude photoshopping a picture of like an eggplant onto your grandson's mouth or whatever. That's basically what you're mad about. Like, seriously, how immature is that? Right? Like, can we start calling this nonsense out? I tell you, some of this behavior I didn't know existed until I got, into this crowd. Like, it's like, this is just completely ridiculous. Like, are we 12? He photoshopped and you can picture of my grandson, and I'm gonna call the FBI. You're gonna call the FBI. How about you can just block him. you can just block him. Now here's something you can also do this. Believe it or not, you can turn this app off. Can you believe that? Then you won't have to see any of this stuff. You can turn the app off. You can find content other places. You can block him. You can do all kind of stuff. But to become obsessed and enraged about some stranger thousands of miles away photoshopping an eggplant onto your grandson's photo, who, let's just keep it a buck, you didn't have the greatest relationship with your daughter and probably don't have a tight relationship with your grandson. See, a lot of these ladies that are in that around 50 age were just not great moms. And you can tell because some of those behaviors are still showing up at their big old age. Okay. And so, you're putting on like you got this big beef with this guy about this Photoshop picture. And the truth is that did you even get your grandson a Christmas gift? Did you even get him a Christmas gift? Because while you spending all that time and money traveling to New Orleans, that's time and money you could have spent on your grandson. That's time you could have been holding him and allowing him to get used to your pheromones, your smells, your senses, okay? The way that the blood courses through your veins. Time, quality time, especially when kids are younger ages, is the most important thing. Money and all that stuff is great, okay? but time is the most valuable thing. And it's just like ridiculous that you would spend time to do that, to travel all the way to New Orleans just to kind of punk out. That's ridiculous. Okay, so that's what I think about that. I think that is yeah, she could have went to jail. She could have been unalive. For what? Like if we go back and we tell people like, man, that person was unalive. What was it about? Well, this you know this kind of short, fat dude in New Orleans that spends all day in gay forums online, gossiping, right? That has no job, not much to show of anything in life, right? So this really, really just loser in life that's thousands of miles from where she lived. Well, he was trolling her, and he got a picture of her grandson that she doesn't have the type of relationship with, and photoshopped a picture of an eggplant near his mouth. That's why she drove to New Orleans to confront him. People would look at that and say, "What the, like what? She lost her life for that?" Yeah, definitely not mature. Definitely not someone that anybody should take seriously, in my opinion. Definitely not wise, right? And we all may make mistakes and do things that are not wise. We all do. I can tell you, I've done it a lot, right? But certain things, it's like you're not past that. You're not past that stage of life. Like you still make that type of mistake. That's just weird. Okay. So that's what I think about that whole New Orleans situation. Again, that's not me defending Ken or nothing like that. Ken is a total weirdo. Ken is the type of person that there's no way, like, he would never meet with me in person. I can tell you that right now. And I would listen, I would love to meet with him in person, be able to look him in his eyes and ask him some direct questions. But he would never do that. He would never do that. So it is what it is. All right. Pulling up on people in their turf. Yeah, it's like Golden. Yeah, Golden. Listen, I've been in the bushes where I hear you get real mad sometimes at different folks, different things. But I can never see you hopping in your car and going and driving somewhere. And you're the type that if I think that you did, they'd probably be in more trouble than you would be. So some tells me that you probably the person somebody want to play with like that. So, but yeah, that's like that's what I think about that. I know y'all wanted like a little bit of the messiness or whatever. So I'll say this. I'll give y'all like just a little piece of it, right? Because I know y'all was saying, no, just go ahead and be messy. And I know y'all love that stuff. And I'm not live often, so I might as well give it all while I'm here, right? Okay. If y'all want me to be petty, put a P in the chat real quick. Put a P in the chat. I need to know that y'all are here with me. I need to know that you requested this pettiness because I don't want to go back and watch the replay and see all these people in the comment section trying to tell me how bad of a person I am because I was petty towards Shenna and all that stuff. Well, the truth is, Shenna was petty towards me multiple times. I didn't say anything, didn't do anything. Unfortunately, with me, you don't know when you're going to get that payback, right? I like how with Granny. I never went in Granny's chat and did this stuff in the comments, nothing. And it's been over a year and change. She's been talking shit about me. Today was the day. She got her back or whatever. Okay, so here's the slightly messy things I was going to say, right? I was going to add that I totally raise your hand, or no, you have to raise your hand. Put a put a T in the chat. Oh no, put an O in the chat. Put an O in the chat if you thought that Shenna was much older than what she is. Okay, so if you thought when you first heard Shenna, if you thought that she was in her 60s, possibly 70s, put an O in the chat. Okay, because it turns out she was 49. She was 49. Her and Kiki are the same age, just to put that in context. So if you don't know who Kiki is, you probably knew her or whatever. But for those that know, her and Kiki are the same age. And to hear the difference in how their voices sound and to see the difference in how they present, It is a damn shame. And you know me, I'm a person that gets called old all the time. So, it's not like I'm sitting here like as someone that's like gets called, young and hey, hey man, black don't crack and all that type of stuff. Like, hey, I get called old all the time. And so coming from me, that should tell you like that's a problem, right? And so you see like all these different things, the things that like I kind of, I look past them, I excuse them because it's like I meet people where they're at and I give everybody a chance. I want everybody to shine. I want everybody to do well, even if I don't think that your stuff is that great or this or that, right? But then those same type of people, as soon as you can't do whatever it is for them, will turn around and try to throw digs at you and throw shots at you and be shady and stuff like that. So it's like, all right, you do that. You do that. Okay. And I'm the type that has patience, but just know that whatever you put out there, when it's time for me to get my get back, it's nothing you can do. And I don't want to hear nothing about this, that, third. If you want to make a live about it, that's fine. I mean, none of that stuff moves the needle. Okay. Marcus, since you did that interview, it was on your channel. Can we see it? What interview? What interview are you talking about? You don't look old at all, Marcus. You have a baby face, just the gray hair. It's normal by the time you're in your 40s. And that's from a gay guy. Shout out to Alan Thompson, all right? Listen, one thing about it, the gays will tell you. The gays will tell you, okay? Like, if you ain't looking right or some shit, they will tell you. A lot of gays, they ain't got no filter. They're going to tell you what it is. So if a gay guy's saying that I don't look old, I'll take it, okay? I'll certainly take it. How old did you think she looked when you saw her in person? I'm trying to be good, y'all. Why y'all want me to be so show us the damn interview she did with you? Okay, so that was a rumor. That was a rumor, Platinum. See, I don't clear up all rumors. I'll let some rumors stay out there for however long, especially if it doesn't affect the move anything. But there was no interview where I interviewed Shenna. There was no interview. Okay, there was no interview. All right. So sorry to disappoint, but there was no interview. We did not do an interview when she was here. She was gonna do the interview, but she just decided not to. And if I'm being real about it, I wasn't, that interested in her interview. Like, I'm gonna tell you, like, I hate it when people like, like especially people that I know and they come to me, they're like, I want to do an interview. It's like I have to be interested in doing the interview for the interview to be good, right? Because if I'm not interested, it's just going to be a lackluster interview. You can tell, like, y'all don't see most of the interviews. Like, if I do an interview, I'm not interested. 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna see it because I'm gonna consider it not even B-side worthy. I'm just gonna be like, I'm good. I just did this just to make the person feel content, feel happy, or whatever, satisfy their desire to do an interview with me in the moment. Maybe because there was somebody right there next to him that I actually did want to interview, and so I didn't want the situation to become sully, or they have influence over that person. And so I want them to influence them to do the interview, not do it. So I'll do an interview with them, even though I'm not really interested. Y'all get that? Okay. So let's see. Did you put gas in a little car? I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall. I know that we did lunch, whatever. Marcus, I believe Kelsey is not honest with Dante and he with her. I think they're both scamming each other. She needs his check. He's drunk and needs a roof. Listen, KC Diaries, KAYCII Diaries. I'm gonna tell y'all. And Kelsey just joined the mastermind, so her first session is gonna be this Sunday. Let's just see what happens, right? Because currently she's got 4,000 subscribers, but she's not monetized, right? So we're gonna get her monetized, but then two, we're gonna get her channel popping because her life is a movie. That shit is entertaining as hell. And so once she learns how to tell the stories in nice, bite-sized, YouTube-friendly fashions, she's going to have, I think, a good channel where, people are going to be waiting for the next episode type deal, right? Because she's just got so much shit going on all the time, okay? She said I saw all her tattoos. She's a goddamn lie. Goddamn lie, all right? The one thing, how you want to find something to compliment somebody about when There's other things that you may not feel great about or whatever. So that was the situation with Shanna, right? If I'm being honest, listen, I try to, big up everybody. Okay. And again, I'm a humble person. So I don't think that I'm better than anybody. I'm not looking down on anybody or nothing like that. Right. So just because someone may not have a certain look, a certain aesthetic, it's not in my nature to like clown them about that, because God made all of us. He made that person however he made them. And if I'm someone that's considered generally handsome, um, that's a blessing, because I didn't choose this. This is just what it was. So on the opposite side, if someone's considered generally not attractive, that's not like something to where I'm gonna like, you know, be joning on them and making fun of them or anything like that, because it's like, all right, anything could happen. All right, you may be good looking today, you mess around and get into a bad accident, it disfigures your face, and you're completely horrible looking after that, right? So I try to keep karma on my side, right? I try to keep karma on my side, okay? But again, when people mess with you, well, now you're kind of opening up for fair game. So absolutely not. I did not see every tattoo she had, nothing like that. The one thing that I did do was compliment her thighs. I said, "Oh, you got some nice thick thighs. Okay, you got some thighs, girl. Them thighs is fine, right?" Because that was the one thing that I could compliment, and I'll just leave it at that. Okay, I'll leave it at that. All right. So yeah, because I try not to like go in when it comes to the things that people can't change. Right now, if it's your behavior, things like that, I'll go in. But your look, your height, who your parents were, who your family is, things that you can't control, I'm not gonna go in on it. Other people can, but that's just not. It's not my nature, man. It's just not. Okay. All right. What y'all in here talking about, MGO and Platt? Let me see what y'all talking about. Lord Jesus. Let's see. I just popped in after a long day of work, and this is what I hear. Hilarious. Yeah, MGO, you missed it. I've been in here yapping, and we done went through a little bit of everything. Granny came up here, and we was going back and forth. Sonny was in the chat at one point. I was talking about Sonny's situation, talked about Ken, shouted out different content creators, changed Max's diaper. Folks came up. We've been just rocking and rolling, all right? We've been rocking and rolling. I'm a yapper, so I'm gonna get up here. We're gonna be random, but it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have fun, especially if you're into the content. If you're into me, it's gonna be entertaining. We're gonna do it. So that's what we've been doing. So that's my thoughts on the whole Shanna situation. Like I say, that dude in New Orleans, crazy, but yeah, that was wild. That was wild for her to pull up like that. And then for him to then pull up on her. He pulled up on her, from what I understand, didn't even get out the car. Or maybe he did get out the car, didn't walk up to her, but walked up to his mom. And it sounds like was frustrated with his mom. I don't know, different stories. Sounds like maybe he cursed the mom out or just had some, whatever type of tone with her. I don't know. So if I'm wrong, whatever. But, he's going off on his mom about Shanna. That's how you know this is just a bitch ass nigga. Like, first of all, you pull up. You don't address the lady that's actually the weirdo that's here. You address your mom about talking to this lady when you're the reason why she's here. Because you like to go overboard and involve people's children in sexual type of remarks and innuendos. It's the whole reason why she was there. The whole situation is full of weirdness. I'll make up a word, weirdoism, and shit that I just can't comprehend. It's totally fucking weird. Like the whole thing. She for going down there, him for just being who he is and living life and doing the things the way he does. It's just totally weird, right? And the fact that he would have like people in this chat. So this is a guy, he goes live, but I can never see his lives because I'm not usually on YouTube when he's going live. And by the time I do come on YouTube and I finish my work day and everything else, his live has disappeared. So I told y'all I watch Vibes Queen. I'll see where they talk about the live, but there's no thing. Vibes Queen, I'm gonna give you some free game right now before you join the mastermind. Vibes Queen, your channel will be 10 times better if you were not afraid to play other people's content. It's called fair use. You can do it. They're not gonna take your channel. Okay, like I know that y'all are used to, they're gonna take my channel for the littlest thing. No, they're not. Okay, they're not gonna take your channel as long as you're transforming the content. Even if they do try to give you a strike, you will appeal the strike and you'll win. And if they want to take it further, they're gonna have to go to federal court. And 99.999% of the people are not gonna do that. Okay, so if you gave your audience context, your stream would add even that much more entertainment value to the people watching, because basically, people have to kind of guess and have innuendo and things like that, and all the little nicknames and stuff. We can get past that part, but for me, I feel like, hey, man, one of the reasons why, again, and not to compare y'all and not to pitch y'all against each other because y'all are not, okay, but one of the things that I believe has Ali's channel hot as fish grease right now is because people don't have to know the backstory. Okay, she basically, will give you the context by playing the content. Okay, she'll give you the context, and that way, new people, because what I'm talking about is growth, channel growth. So I get it. If you just want to kind of have, like your people in there, and y'all just want to gather at night and chit chat, do that type of stuff. Hey, no problem, right? But if you do want channel growth, right? Because you are attached to a channel that has steady growth, which is my channel, right? Because a lot of the content is talking about things that happen from my channel, and my channel gets steady growth, meaning I average about somewhere around 2,000 or so new subscribers every month. That means that your channel should be experiencing some level of that same growth. But I can imagine that for new people that come to the sector, that come to the channel, they may kind of give up on coming to your chat sometimes because it's hard to keep up. And if you're not already like 2 years deep into the storylines, then it's hard to follow. Okay, as you said, I did very well when I was playing the videos, but they kept flagging me, so I'll appeal the strike, and then they get my legal name. It's not worth the headache right now. I get that. I get that. If it's super important for you to conceal your identity and everything else, I get it. Okay, but man, I personally, and everybody's got their own things going on and their own reasons for like why they may not want people to know them and stuff. And a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people are, I don't want to have my personal information, I get it, right? So, no worries. I'll leave it there. Me personally, hey, look, you can know my name. I don't care. Like, someone, someone that I know, right? That might be in the chat now. I ain't gonna say who they are, but, calls me from text now numbers, right? And, it's like, it's cool. It's no biggie. I get it. You don't know. I might be the type of person where if I get mad one day, I might, put your information out and stuff like that. But even though I'm the type that would never do that, right? However, anybody that calls my phone, you can see this is literally the same phone number I've had since my sophomore year in college. This phone number, what was I, 19? I'm 42. This phone number is 23 years old. Okay, no doubt, Bob, no doubt. 23 years old, and MGO just made a great point. You could always change the channel to basically being owned by an LLC. That being said, that's a lot more difficult with YouTube than it sounds like, right? And it will potentially result in you, maybe losing out on a month of pay. right? Because I've seen it where people change their AdSense information and it caused them to miss out on that month's pay or whatever. Okay, so I get it though. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, and again, this is one of those things that we will maybe expound upon in the mastermind. But it's like, I get it, man. You want to stay private and stuff like that, and I can point you to some channels. One in particular, I can tell you that is like one of my favorite channels of a young lady who nobody probably could tell what she looks like, but she's got 100, maybe 200, I think maybe 300,000 subscribers. She does like 50 to 100,000 views each video. Her channel is called Pink Book Lessons. She just does reactions to different things that are going on in pop culture, and she's faceless, right? And she has a very much so popping YouTube career, YouTube channel. So it's not to say that it can't happen, right? But it's YouTube, so you're going to be out in the public, you're going to be dissecting things. It's like, all right, you risk it for the biscuit. If they know your name, so what? What are they going to be able to do, right? If they know your name, what are they going to be able to do? Send you a letter, look you up, okay, and what? So, but I get it. You're a lady, it's different things. I'm going to tell y'all something. Anybody want to look me up and come up to my house? I don't know if y'all picked up on it when my daughter walked in the house from school and they was talking about what they saw on the couch, because I was just doing something with it, right? I was cleaning it basically, right? And so you come up here if you want to. I ain't gonna tell you what it is, but it ain't no joke. And this is a castle doctrine state. This is a stand your ground state. If you silly enough to come up here to this top floor and think that you're gonna be on any type of stuff when it comes to me or mine, it's gonna be a bad day for you. It's gonna be a really bad day. Okay, so Tiffany says, honestly, I lose interest in faceless channels. I think some people feel that way because it's like you're missing a part of the communication, like body language, stuff like that, right? So I get it, but I don't tell anybody like to do or not do faceless, because like I said, there's tons of people that have faceless channels doing well enough on YouTube. So, but I think that in terms of growth, I think, what's up, buddy? You back hungry again? I know you are, because you've been eating. Say, I'm growing, daddy. I'm growing, man. What do you think this is? You know I gotta eat. I was only 6 pounds when I came out. I got to get bigger because when my cousin come out, he's gonna be bigger than me. All right. I'm coming my way. All right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can I have some of this milk too? I want some. I want some milk. You gonna give me some? You gonna give me some, right? Don't be trying to hide all the milk now, because I love me some breast milk. Your mom got some sweet breast milk. Your mama like she just been okay. Your mama like she just been eating sugar for all her life. The way her breast milk tastes. All right, y'all hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. All right. Let's get this squared away. Y'all just give me 1 second. Oh. Okay. All right. Y'all hold on. Okay. Got some fresh milk. Oh, look at him. Was he hungry or was he sleepy? You hungry or sleepy, buddy? No. He's in there half knocked out. All right. Okay. All righty. He is gross. Who's gross? Who, me? Y'all talking about me? Why am I gross? What'd I do? Okay. What did I do? What did I do now? All right. Let's see. Who texted me? What about for boring people? I want to stay a channel, but my life is blah. Listen, if your life is blah, I got the perfect type of channel for you. Okay. All right, come on, let's eat. Hey man, it's feeding time, Daddy. I was just closing my eyes for a second, but I'm actually hungry. Okay. Come on, buddy. All right. All righty. Get on over here. Okay. I got you. Okay. Alrighty. Come on. That pass far out. Get you some milk. All right. The sooner people reveal themselves, the safer they are. Otherwise, people feel tricked. Marcus spilled the liquid gold. No, I didn't spill it. It was that was the water, like the it was like a little thing of water that was kind of keeping it cold or whatever. All right, but it's full milk. All the milk is here. People make $100,000 with strictly faces channels. Yeah, listen, I'm not. Oh, you may be talking to some people in the comments. What's the name of Shinda channel? Shinda Speaks. Slow singing and fire breaking. What happened to the Chicago killer guy? He passed away. He passed away. So I found out a couple weeks ago. And unfortunately, I don't have all the information as to how. Okay. According to Ali, I'm gonna come check out your channel. Definitely. According to Ali, is for sure one of my favorites right now. All right, I like her style. I think that she's fair. I think that she makes good points. Very succinct. Tends to keep the content moving for the most part. Now she'll slow roll it on some things, right? Because she does deep dives, but it still is good stuff, right? It's good stuff. I think a lot of people would enjoy it. Mark has been drinking this milk just a little bit, Golden, just a little bit. All right. She coming right after this live later tonight. Wild enough milk. Oh yeah, he's got tons of milk. Got to drink. Got to eat. Real channels YouTube generate views be faceless. That's not true. That's not true. Who said that? My ape health. That's just not true. Okay. All right. Lady Diamonds, do me a favor. Just kind of, you don't have to okay, great. All right. Just want to make sure it was good. All right, cool beans. What's going on, Lady Diamonds?
Hello, this is Lady Sparkle. What's going on from the C sector? Is this Marcus, the Atlanta Street guy?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Hi to the little baby. I want to say this because I happened to glance and I saw your topic,
Mm-hmm.
and me being a
So
part
real
of the
quick,
trans
let me give
community.
everybody
Oh, go ahead.
some context. So I believe that you're a trans person, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to give them context so they know. It sounds like Dimples is calling in to give some feedback on the title, which we was talking about earlier. When should a trans person disclose their biological gender? So this is going to be a treat, right? Because we get to hear from someone that lives that life. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it was interesting that you brought this up, and no, shout out to Lady Dimples. I'm not Dimples. I'm Lady Sparkles.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm
That's okay.
sorry.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes
My bad.
we all get confused for each other. Queen Tulsa, we all get confused for each other.
Okay.
Shauna, and all of us. But I will say this: people need to open their minds. People need to, God didn't create just one flavor. This not vanilla, just not chocolate. You know. And I'm here now on my live, if you don't mind. And I have my sister One Love up here, who she had to open her mind. She was raised traditional, you know, with the heterosexual way as a female. At first, I believe if I'm speaking in turn, One Love, she believed, the biblical way. Oh well, God made man, woman, blah 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 blah. But then she opened her mind, and I was the one because I was on another platform and she wanted to know more. She got to educate herself. And now we the best of sisters. That I mean, we learn from each other. We don't always agree, but we're not going to always disagree. We're not going to always agree. We're not going to always disagree, because life is life. There's many
So
rainbows.
can I interject real quick?
Okay.
So is what we're discussing isn't so much about whether or not we agree with trans lifestyle or anything like that, right? What we're specifically talking about is there was one of the latest videos on my channel was kind of a candid moment when after the interview, one of the popular trans interviewees that I have was getting hollered at by this, straight guy. And
Uh-huh.
I caught it all on camera. You should go watch it if you haven't seen it. It's a great interaction, great discussion. But he was pissed because he was flirting with her and everything else. And then when I told him that she was trans, he of course got upset. And that's when we started talking. And he felt like trans people should disclose their biological gender right away, right? And the trans person, Cash, was saying that they should disclose it if they feel, if they feel like they have, an interest in the person. And so what my question was is, when should, like, let's say someone like Cash, who I can tell you, whenever I interview Cash, there's at least 4 or 5 guys within the 20-minute interview that try to holler during the interview. So, Cash gets a lot of guys that try to holler. And so, when should someone like Cash, that gets a lot of attention from guys, unsolicited attention, when should they, or should the burden be on them to disclose their gender identity? And if so, at what point in the interaction? So a random guy comes up, he's being flirty, he's being this. When should the trans person disclose that they're actually biologically another gender?
What I'll say is I also get hit on by a lot of men that identify as hetero. A lot of them are not hetero, but they a lot of them are bi curious, and most and more than not, a lot of them want to experience the love handle. And I've had that several across all races, nationalities, and everything. But I think, and I had this discussion with Wendy Williams' brother on his show. We had this open discussion, and it's up to the person. It's up to the person. Now, I would say that you could have put Cash in danger, because if they were a violent person, they would have just probably went ballistic, maybe, if you wasn't on camera. And that's not a good thing. And that's what I explained to One Love, and she grew to understand, because at first she thought the same way. I feel right away. But then, as I told her, there could be a other side to that coin. And there's a lot of people, sisters, trans sisters and brothers, that are not here now because of somebody putting them in that situation. But hello to
So,
your guest. I don't know.
so again, I guess, because I still, I'm not hearing a direct answer, right? When should the trans person, so in a scenario where a random man comes up, starts flirting with the trans, when should the trans person disclose their biological gender?
Well, I'll give you a little bit more direct, excuse me, a little bit more direct answer. I guess if I can do it real quick before your other guest speaks. Um, like I said, I personally think in a comfortable setting, because y'all could be in an intimate setting, and I normally would say, when right before y'all get intimate, not, but it depends on the situation,
So real quick,
because
I want to
some
I want to
people.
welcome. I'm sorry, I'm just going to interject for a
Okay,
second. Just want to welcome
okay.
MGO up here, because I know that she's just now getting in the conversation, but she may have also seen. What's wrong, buddy? You okay? You okay? What you over here? You full? Come on, let's get this burp up out of you, man. Like, you got a burp. Like, you got some gas going on, man. Okay, so MGO probably saw the video of mine from yesterday. So
I
um,
did. VQ
so
shared it, so I was able to see it. And hi, Sparkles. Happy New Year.
Happy True Year, MGO. How are you?
I'm doing okay. And I didn't want to interrupt because, as you mentioned, Lady Sparkles is trans. So I wanted to center
Yeah.
her perspective. So I can mute and let her continue to talk. But
okay,
I did
absolutely.
want to share some thoughts later. And then,
Mhm.
as someone who's an
Okay.
ally and has worked a lot in the community.
So let me real quick, because I also want to make sure that we're having a lively enough conversation. And so I want to interject and say, okay, so I hear the point that you was going with it, but some people immediately are going to say, well, you know, that also may be dangerous to wait until you're almost intimate and stuff like that. Like, I would think that would be more dangerous personally, because at that point the person may have developed some feelings, or they may have told somebody, I'm dating this girl, or they may have went out with you and been seen with you, and if they don't know that you're trans but other people do, then people are going to think that they dealing with trans. And so then if you wait until after that to tell them, they may for real get violent, in my opinion. Am I off on that, or?
No, that's true. But like I said, it depends on the situation, because some people, depending on who you have, some people will go with it as long as okay, you don't tell nobody if they haven't been seen with a multitude of people and people may not know. That's where the down low comes in, or the low down, as I like to call it, comes in, where it's like, you know, oh, we can do this in the dark, or we can go over in this alleyway, or we can go here, but don't tell nobody. Don't let nobody know. And there's a lot of them in a lot of these sectors, and that causes a lot of chaos and confusion because, like I said, natural women, as I in my stance, should always have that choice. Some people may not want to deal with
So listen,
a man that.
so listen, because I just want to make sure we're streamlined as far as the topic, right? So what? Because and I get it. It's easy to kind of slip into different aspects of the conversation, but again, I've given you a very specific scenario. A man walks up, is being flirty. When should you tell him that you're trans?
All right, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna leave it cut and dry like this. I feel like it depends on the situation because it can get touchy. That's how I'm gonna leave it. So you can let MGO speak. I mean, MGO, you can speak because I definitely want to hear. But I'm gonna be watching. But thank you for having me,
No doubt, no
Atlanta.
doubt.
All right.
I
Okay.
appreciate it. All right. All
All
right.
right.
All right, MGO. What do you feel about that?
So I don't think people are going to like my answer, but I'm just going to share what I honestly think. I think that the situation that happened yesterday, I watched the video. Um, the man, you don't know this person. This is a random stranger that you thought was cute that you saw on the street. You know what I mean? Yes, they look, they're very they're female presenting. You know what I mean? Obviously,
Mhm.
Cash is, she is a lot less clockable than, a lot than many other trans women, other than those who, transitioned pre-puberty and like had puberty blockers. So he saw somebody cute, right? Like you said, she might get stopped 10, 15, 20 times a day. Is she
Mhm.
supposed to stop every random person and say, "Oh, you guess what? I was assigned male at birth." That's nonsense. Like, is a guy stopping and saying, "Oh, I had chlamydia when I was 17. Oh, I got 3 baby mamas. Oh, my credit score is 500." You don't disclose, good or bad, random things about yourself to just every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street that you might not even be interested in whatsoever. That just thinks you're cute. That just wants to get your contact information. She shouldn't have to do that. And it's irresponsible for people to think when you approach somebody, whatever you don't know about them is on you. It's on you to try to figure that out or make, whatever assumptions you make, if your assumptions are incorrect, that's too bad for you. You know what I mean? Like, and as you mentioned, Marcus, yes, he's an older gentleman, so he's less familiar maybe with gender fluidity, although trans people have been around, for a long time. But obviously there's been an explosion
Listen,
in.
MGO. No, no. He's from Atlanta.
All right, so
Okay.
he should know. So he should
Peachtree and
know.
Pine been Peachtree and Pine for a long time. Peachtree and
Yeah,
Pine been Peachtree and Pine since I was a kid. And so that means when he was in his 30s, Peachtree
there
and
were
Pine
some.
was still
There were
Peachtree and
there
Pine.
were trans
And,
people.
and that was going on down
So
here.
so he was mad that he couldn't figure her out. So he was assuming it's kind of like you were saying, if you observe somebody like long enough, and I know some people were mentioning, hey, everyone who has, certain features might be assigned female at birth. Some people have PCOS or higher testosterone naturally. Just some people are not trans and might have some of those things that you might see. But generally, I think he was angry that he got caught up because he thought that she was a cis woman. She wasn't, and he got mad at himself for being attracted to her. And that's his fault. You know what I mean? That's not her fault. I think absolutely not. She should not have to talk to random dude, random Tyrone, random James, random Taylor and say, "Oh, I'm trans. Do you still want my number?" But to Lady Sparkle's point, I have to say, and this is where again people aren't going to like what I have to say. I don't think you should wait till right before you're going to be intimate with someone to disclose
Mm-mm.
that.
That
I
was
really
totally
do.
bad advice. And that's from a person that lived that life and is in that community. But you see why they may have certain problems and troubles because that's not a good thing. That's not smart. Like
It's
that's
not.
crazy. You're gonna
It's
wait until we're
dangerous.
intimate to tell me that you're the same gender as me. Like that is.
It's dangerous. We have
Woo.
Trans Day of Remembrance every year at the end of November, I believe. And there's a list that comes out of all of the different trans people who've lost their lives for different reasons, due to suicide, due to health issues. But there's always a number of people who were harmed every year. There are people who were killed due to violent means, usually guns, by some partner or by some passerby for different reasons. And I'm not blaming the person, but what I'm saying is when you have a community that's already, unfortunately, um, has a higher burden of risk of injury and abuse and trauma, violence, you can't play with these fragile men's psyches. You need to let them know at some point, if they don't directly ask, when you're vibing with each other, when you're flirting, when you're this and that, unless you already have a sense that this guy is already cool with it. He knows he's
Right.
into the girls, or he doesn't care. He likes what he likes, right? You need to kind of share that. And some dudes will respect it and be like, I don't get down like that, but you're gorgeous, but nice talking to you. Some dudes will be like, I'm curious, let's do this. Some dudes will be like, um, let's whatever. We don't know what the response will be, but I think you do need to share something like that. Just like I think that, again, another unpopular opinion, I think that people need to disclose their HIV status if they're going to be intimate, even if they're undetectable, not because there's a risk, because the CDC tells us there's not. 99.9% of the time, if they're undetectable, they cannot transmit. It is impossible, scientifically impossible. But just because the person that they're with might be so bothered because stigma still exists about the fact that they were intimate with a person, what I mean, who's living with HIV, even though they probably have been in their past and just didn't know. It's just for your own safety and just for the transparency, because there's nothing to be ashamed of. If you're trans, there's nothing to be ashamed of. You shouldn't have to be ashamed, but also your personal business is personal business. And if you're going to be intimate with somebody, if you're talking to the level where you think it might get to the point where you're going to be going on dates and you're going to be hanging out and you might be feeling each other to be physically intimate, then now it's not personal anymore, because how much more personal can it be to be then, considering, being together sexually?
So, like in the case of what happened yesterday, when do you think Cash, or do you think it was her? Do you think she should have disclosed it? And if so,
Absolutely
when?
not. She had no responsibility to tell him anything. He came up to her. He was flirting with her. She was just being polite. See, a lot of these guys don't understand. Women, a lot of times we're entertaining the conversation, not because we like you, because we're trying to let you down easy, because y'all are unpredictable. Y'all get
Right.
to mad, want to curse people out because you feel upset, even if someone's polite and they try, so that's when we go to making up, imaginary boyfriends or husbands, even if we don't have one, just to get you away. Because if you just reject the guy because you simply don't want him or you're just not interested, they can't seem to take it. Their ego is so fragile. So she did not want him. She did not like him. Just because he walked up to her saying, "Hey, how are you doing?" And she said, "Fine," and he begrudgingly joined the conversation, she had no responsibility to tell him anything. For him to get mad and basically say that was illegal, that was so ridiculous of him.
Hmm.
She did nothing
I
wrong,
mean,
in my opinion.
listen, I think that I agree, right? Because ultimately, it would be a heavy burden on someone, especially like I say, someone like Cash that I've witnessed with my own eyes multiple times, multiple guys coming up to her within a very short period of time. So I know that if you scale that out to the whole day, I can imagine she has plenty of people that approach her on that type of vibe. And so I can't imagine if all day, every day, it's the burden would be on me for every random stranger that comes up and shows interest to where I have to let them know I'm biologically born a male. You know what I'm saying? So that
Yeah,
would
it's
just
just too
be very
much.
burdensome. You know what
Yes,
I'm saying?
it is.
So
And like what you mentioned, she's not ashamed. She doesn't hide it. But like you said, she doesn't want it thrown in her face every second of every minute of every day, right?
right,
That she was assigned
right.
male there, because that's not the gender she identifies with. It was the gender that she has biologically. She can never change that. You can get affirming surgery. And I'll just say, shout out to Cash for someone who's had no surgery. The girl, looks good. You know what I mean? She's not Thai. I understand that some people, come from ethnic groups where maybe their features are such or wherever, where it's easier even without hormones to, like the lady boys and whatnot. But she's an African American woman, or person, I think I'll say, and she's had no surgery, just hormones. You know what I mean? That she started in adulthood. Not when she was a preteen. She went through puberty and she looks good. And I'm not saying you have to be quote unquote passable to look good. Because I know some people will say, well, that's discriminatory, that's sexism or whatever. Because some people don't, will not, Laverne Cox, for example, doesn't pass. Laverne Cox is clearly trans and is still pretty to me. But, Kat is
I
attractive,
don't even know what
you
that is.
know. Yeah. Oh, Laverne Cox was on Orange is the New Black.
Oh yeah, that's one of those shows I didn't watch. So guess
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
check it out or whatever. But
She's someone who became trans. So she's a twin. Her brother is cis and she's trans, but her brother's gay. So it's and so she transitioned, and he didn't, but she has a lot of money. So she talks about how, she started getting the hormones and this and the other, and how later in life, they have facial feminization. I'm sorry, I'm saying the word wrong. Terribly, but I hope people understand what I mean. Surgery, where you can kind of shave off some of the jawline, and there's certain things they can do to your brow ridges, and obviously the Adam's apple, if you have one that's visible, they can do all of these things to make you look more feminine. They can reduce the length of your forehead and your philtrum. And she, at a certain point, chose not to do it. She said, I know it would make me, appear more like a person who is, a cis woman, but I'm proud of my identity and I want to look like I look. I want to look attractive, but I didn't want, so so some people, some cis, I'm sorry, some trans women intentionally only limit what they do to a certain, to certain, treatments for themselves to make a statement. So like there's some people who are doing, where some people are doing like the gender affirming surgeries, they'll do top surgery, bottom surgery, whatever, or some people don't even need it. Like there's certain treatments that you need where you can get I forgot what it's called, but where there's a surgery you can get to kind of grow breasts and so forth without taking, estrogen, because you're suppressing the testosterone that's in your body. So there's like all these different techniques that people use. But I appreciate that when you talk to Cash, you use her preferred pronouns. You call her, and so forth. You're respectful, like you're confident in yourself as a heterosexual male. You like women. You know what I mean? But you can also acknowledge, oh, she's cute. You know what I mean? And without feeling threatened. And so many people in the comments, they're like, "Oh,
no,
this
real
he,
quick,
she, them."
I want to
Y-
interject with,
Sorry,
um,
yes.
it's okay. I want to interject with this question that Maya Health just asked. So yes, if they want to be called a she, but what if I know, meaning I can look at you and just automatically tell that you're born a man. Um, is it not appropriate to respect his perspective? And because he's saying, hey, well, I see a man. So, so like, what are your thoughts on that? You know what I'm saying? Because I know what my thoughts are, but I want to hear other people's thoughts as well.
Sure. This is the thought. This is what I share with people, and people will tell me that they don't agree. But again, it's just my opinion. I feel like um, I feel like there's a neutral ground. Like if someone like Maya Pet Health is saying, look, mentally, I can't call you she, I can't call you miss, I can't call you ma'am when I know you're a man, right? And then the person saying, hey, but I'm a woman, respect who I am. I feel like there's a third ground. You don't have to use pronouns. And my pronouns are only shortcuts. We
Right.
can,
Call them
there's
by
people
their
that
name.
yeah, call them by their name, and if before they say, I'm not going to call you that name, if that's their legal name, if their legal name is now, Linda, even if their, given name was Lucas, then you need to call them Linda, whether you like it or not. It's rude to call them a male name if that's not their name anymore, but I just feel like call them their name, avoid pronouns altogether. Then you don't have to feel like you're compromising yourself. You know what I mean? You can feel comfortable, especially some people, it's a religious thing for them. They're like, I just can't, I believe this. I believe that your biological
Yeah,
sex is what you've
and I
always
mean,
done.
some people don't want to, have the emperor's new clothes thing going on, where they feel like they have to participate in what they consider to be delusion, right? So I agree with
Mhm.
what you're saying that like, there's a middle ground where you can not be disrespectful, but also not have to participate in the delusion. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
So
Maya Pet Health is saying if I'm in a store and I say, excuse me, sir, to a worker, well, I think the problem is for, especially for those of us who live in the South or not even the South, like if you come from communities where you say stuff like sir, ma'am, Mr., Mrs., to be respectful, it becomes very hard because those terms are very gendered. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to say those things, to feel like that's where I think it's hard to find substitutions for those things. So I think that in that case, you just say, excuse me, instead of excuse me, sir, excuse me, miss. You just say, excuse me, or, server, wait, wait, I want to say, I guess not wait, server, I guess, because waiter and waitresses, some of these terms are too gendered, but it's complicated. But I guess the issue I think we have is, their sex is always going to be their sex. It doesn't matter what they do. Their sex is never going to change. The problem, I think, in Western culture is that long time ago, we married gender and sex. And for a lot of people, gender and sex do match, but gender and sex have never been the same. Gender is a construct and sex is not. Sex is the fact. And there's what we consider biological male, biological female. And then there's some other sexes. There's like people with Turner syndrome who are XO. There's people who have XXY, XYY. So it's not just XX and XY, but those are the main ones. So, but usually most of us have married gender and sex, but gender, even in different cultures, what's acceptable in one culture, is different than another in terms of gender. So it's complicated, but their
And and
gender, pick
and,
and
and
choose, their
listen,
gender is different.
that's
Yeah.
a whole nother discussion. So we'll table that for now. All right. So listen, I'm gonna drop you down and kind of finish this
Sure.
live up and get on up
Yeah,
out
no
here.
worries. Thank you
All
for
right.
having me. Okay.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, MGO.
Sure. And
All right. All right. MGO is definitely one of my favorites. All right, guys. So listen, we've been here for going on 5 hours. I'm gonna just, I've been spending time with Max, but I'm just gonna spend some daddy time. And also, call the mother of Max again and make sure that she's good with what she had going on. So, I'm gonna go ahead and get on up out of here. Okay. Oh yeah. Get it out, buddy. Get it out. Oh, wait. That's my son. That is daddy's son right there, boy. That is daddy's son, boy. So thankful for you. I am so thankful for you. I love you, son. I love you. All right. Anyway. All right, guys. Love y'all. Love y'all. And y'all know I come live randomly, so we'll just see you at the next round. Oh, go subscribe. Marcus Raw. Go subscribe. I'm telling you, by next week, you're gonna be getting lives pretty much almost every day during the daytime. And there is gonna be maybe a little drip of it, but you're definitely gonna be getting a lot of tea over time about me and just the situation and everything else. So, which like I say, I think it's an awesome love story, but it also has some messy parts too. So, y'all are gonna be able to get all that. So make sure you go subscribe, Marcus Raw. Love all y'all. Appreciate all y'all. And just know that every now and again. No, you good, MG. Don't worry about that. You good. All right. Just know every now and again I might be in them bushes. All right. All right. We out, y'all. Love y'all.